to call the August 25th, 2026 Longmont City Council regular session to order. The live stream of this meeting can be viewed at the city's YouTube channel or on longmontpublicmedia.org/watch or on Comcast channels 8 or 880. Can we begin with roll call, please?
Absolutely. Mayor Hidalgo Faring.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem McCoy.
Present.
Councilmember Christ.
Present.
Councilmember Kalkofer. Present. Councilmember Marsing.
Here.
Councilmember Popkin.
Here.
Councilmember Prieto.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Great, let's stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
In accordance with the council's rules of procedure, the rules for providing public comment are as follows. Only Longmont residents and employees of City of Longmont may speak during first call public invited to be heard. You must provide your address at the sign-up sheet before the meeting or I will not call your name. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Anyone may speak on second reading or public hearing item, and you are asked to add your name to the speaker list for the specific item before the meeting. Anyone may speak during final call public invited to be heard. Members of the audience shall refrain from disruptive, vulgar, or abusive language, heckling, applause, or other actions that interfere with the orderly function of council. We're now on to item 4, approval of the minutes. Can I have a motion to approve the August 11th, 2026 regular session minutes?
Second.
Okay, so the motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Christ. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that carries unanimously. We are now on to agenda revisions and submission of documents and motions to direct the city manager to add agenda items to future agendas. Do we have anyone in the queue? Councilmember Kalkofer. There we go.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start with the motion. I move that council direct staff to bring the compost rate options to this. Sorry.
You lost the
Yep.
words.
The Sustainability Advisory Board at the September 16th meeting for feedback before the items return to council in October, using the best available high, medium, and low framework, and asking SAB to focus its feedback on affordability, equity, likely participation, and alignment with the city climate and waste diversion goals.
Okay. Okay, so the motion has been made by Councilmember Kalkofer to refer the composting rates discussion or item to the Sustainability Advisory Board for feedback and input. And that was seconded by Councilmember Popkin. Okay, do we have any questions?
Mayor,
Yes.
Becky.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I might ask for a little flexibility because I'm not certain that September 16th is going to work.
Okay.
We might also need some clarification. Typically, we do not bring rate information, specifically like rate structure options, to bodies other than the council before the packet is published. We can make that work by publishing the council packet Wednesday morning for a Wednesday afternoon presentation, or if you would like to, provide direction that it's okay to really show those options that we're planning to bring to council before you see them, then that's direction that would be helpful to us.
Okay. Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm okay with them seeing the rates because it's something that we want the public to kind of be behind. And I don't know how other members of the dais feel about that, but I do feel like we should be getting the community's input. And I think the Sustainability Board would be a great board to get that ball rolling.
Okay. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to bring up my minutes because my recollection is that the motion that we passed did not actually have rates, but it asked staff to bring back a scheme where we would revise the trash sizes, the containers for composting, and that we would then figure out a subsidy. Am I remembering correctly? So I don't know if there were specific rates there, but maybe all those topics could be discussed. Let's see what was in here.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to respond to Councilmember Chris here, rate options were part of that motion. It was about first part of that motion was to realign the rate structure to achieve the goals that we had specified in that. So I think that was very much front and center in at least the first half of that. I think you were correct, though, Councilmember Chris, that the second half was more about the different options of sizing and bin options for the public. Again, not forcing anyone to be required to subscribe to a certain thing, but providing those options. I don't have a problem with the timeline that staff or flexibility that staff requested as the second to the motion.
Okay, and you're good with okay. So let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously. And I also see that there was an amendment to the date in section 2 for item 9C, resolution 2026-50, a resolution for this council, for the council of the city of Longmont, Colorado, finding that the petition for annexation of a parcel of land located in Boulder County, state of Colorado, known as 8513 St. Vrain Road annexation. The date should be October 20th, 2026. And a revised resolution is on our dais in front of you. So, and then Don, do you have the public invited to be heard list?
I need to go grab it, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Because that's coming up. Thank you. And so do we have anyone else adding agenda items? So seeing none, we're going to move on to the city manager report. Does the city manager have
No
a
report, Mayor, Council.
Okay, and there are no special reports and presentations. So we are now on to public invited to be heard. As soon as the list comes, I will call the first name. I was going to say I already lost the list. I was here for 5 minutes. Okay. Great. So I'm going to call the first 5 people, and if you could make your way to the front row or the empty chairs over here. The first person on the list is Ingrid Moore. After Ingrid is Carla Behrens, then Nia Wasink, Kristen Bose, and Paul Tiger. Okay, and then when you're ready, Ingrid, you can go ahead and begin.
And just turn on the mic there, Ingrid. There's a button there. You see this mic turn red.
There you go.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight to speak to you in support of Councilor McCoy regarding the ethics complaint before you tonight. Sean McCoy is a good and dedicated public servant. In the years I've known him, he's shown nothing but ethical character. He should not be the victim of ad hominem attacks or harassed by people who don't like a representative speaking for their constituents if it disagrees with their personal view of the airport. McCoy is representing those who are negatively impacted by airport operations. This includes me and my neighborhood in Southwest Longmont, not just his own neighborhood. I've talked to him personally about these issues. Those of us under the noise dome have been frustrated for decades by restrictions imposed on the City Council by the FAA in controlling airport operations. I appreciate Mr. McCoy's attempts to at least try to do something to address this issue within what the council can do. In filing this complaint, Mr. Meester's actions appear petty and vengeful. He says he's open to different perspectives, but in my personal experience with airport enthusiasts, that's not really true. If you share your concerns, you're met with hostility, retaliation, and attempted intimidation from airport insiders. I've personally had people buzz up my street at low altitude because I took photos of skydivers landing off the airport grounds. So Mr. Meester seems willing to impugn a good person who serves the many to advance the interests of a self-concerned few. I think the complaint should be dismissed or disregarded, and that's what I'm asking the council to do tonight. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Carla.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I mean, vice versa. And, excuse me. My name is Carla Behrens. I live at 904 Little Leaf Court in Southwest Longmont. And I'm here also to support Sean McCoy and all of his constituents and all of Longmont residents. As has been seen in many articles and many different discussions, the area of Longmont impacted by the touch and go and the noise and the pollution, et cetera, has enlarged way more from 2009. It's not just Sean McCoy's precinct. And I think that he's supporting all of us. And I would like to say that during the lawsuit some years ago, a noise consultant, a certified national noise consultant, clocked 80 decibels by the skydive plane above my house. And it's just something that has never stopped. It keeps going and going. But that's not the only issue. I've read a lot that other people are more impacted by the touch and go flights from the flight schools from surrounding area. I do not think it's fair for Longmont residents supporting with our tax dollars an airport that can be used in many ways. It's not fair for them to have free access forever from flight schools that don't even pay taxes or don't even live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Nia.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Lovely to be in front of you. Nia Wasink, 1471 Alpine Street. I'm here to talk about a pretty familiar topic to most of you, the childcare crisis we have in our community. Our past councils, as well as our city, continue to see that this is a major issue in our community, and we've done incredible investments. I mean, the Project Ascent is a great example where the city of Longmont has stepped up and into this space. But now it's time for a systemic moment to address this. The last 18 months in our community, this issue has been exacerbated. Federal cuts, federal funding insecurity or potential freezes, leading down to state cuts. For new parents in our community right now, it is near impossible to find, and if you find it, afford childcare. This doesn't just impact those families, though. This isn't just a human crisis, it's an economic crisis. Everyone relies on somebody who relies on childcare. When our firefighters, our teachers, our accountants, our restaurant hostesses, when they don't have solid childcare, the rest of us all feel the brunt of that. And Longmont businesses are saying that they are feeling this right now. So tonight before you, you have a resolution to support the Brighter Start Boulder County ballot initiative. If passed, this would provide truly transformational funding into our early childhood system, the kind of funding that would make it so that families could live and stay in Boulder County, which we desperately need. So I'm encouraging you to please stand up and also lead the other L towns who will be considering this measure in the coming weeks and show that Longmont stays here and supports families and children. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Kristen.
Hi, Kirsten Bass, 402 Grant Street. I have written many emails and spoken to many of you about my concerns regarding Longmont's airport. I know the leaded fuel is a public health hazard. I know the pilots are unaware of or blatantly ignoring the recommendations of the voluntary noise abatement policy. I know the airport manager isn't addressing violations of the VNAP nor encouraging compliance. I have said that my house has been targeted by low-flying aircraft since I began speaking to council on this issue. But as an individual, I am powerless. So I need an advocate like Councilman McCoy to ask the questions. In fact, I need more of you to advocate for me and not for you to silence the one person who has had the guts to do it, even when he knew people in the airport community weren't going to like it. You all took this role to represent the interests of Longmont's residents. I can't imagine that any of you would want to be silenced on a topic that is important to your constituents, so please don't do that here tonight. Don't try to silence us by silencing our advocate. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Tiger. And then the next 5, Kurt Slow, Amy Carlo, Rick Hogue, thank you. Penny Hodges and David Hodges.
Good evening. Paul Tiger, somewhere in Longmont. I'd like to say that all of you did not lose your rights to free speech and expression when you became council members. So I wouldn't want people to recuse themselves or that we say, oh, they're being unethical. They're speaking true to their nature. I am actually here about something entirely different, which is 3rd and Alpine, a crosswalk that I've been talking to council about for 20 years. We've had that, Diane is going to find a place for me to intersect with Vision Zero to talk about this, but that's actually why I became involved with Vision Zero. I really actually wasn't interested in everybody else. I was interested in my intersection, which has had fatalities, and there is a business park on one side, jobs on one side, and residences on the other. Every day, my wife and I see people crossing that intersection. Traffic engineering thinks that they should go to cross at Lashley. There's no signage that indicates that that's what traffic engineering would like you to do. I understand that it's probably about a $50 fine for malicious mischief to put a crosswalk installed myself. I understand that I would then be paying the recouping costs for taking the striping away. I want you to think about this intersection and know something about it, and stay with me while I document that with you for 20 years. But if we're going to have crosswalks, and by the way, we have crosswalks going east and west along 3rd, but nobody in their right mind would travel that close to traffic, and that's why we have a 9-foot wide sidewalk on the other side of the street, but no crosswalks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kirk.
Kirk Slow. The last time I was here, I ran out of time, and I was speaking on the whole police, public safety, asking for more money, et cetera, et cetera. Now, continuing and bringing in the shooting that happened 2 weeks ago, there were multiple police and one unarmed individual. Haven't seen the video yet, but there were multiple police and one unarmed individual. Couldn't other methods have been used, taser, other non-lethal methods? I've seen most of the cops in this town. They're big guys. They're much bigger than me. And multiple people should be able to control a situation without putting the person, the victim, not the person who is the hostage, at risk. Now, these are people who have qualified immunity, and the same department is asking not just for money, but, oh, give us surveillance cameras so we can have plausible deniability, you know, AI. The cameras are always right, which other people will tell you the cameras aren't always right, and surveillance tech is not perfect. Now, are we, and all of this is in the name of public safety, do we just roll over and say, oh, the cops, give the cops whatever they want? Or is this going to be properly studied and for once say no.
Thank you. Amy?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Amy Carlo, and I'm a Longmont resident. I'm here tonight to ask for your support of the Early Childhood Care and Education Initiative, also known as Brighter Start Boulder County. I've spent more than 20 years working in early childhood education. During that time, I've been a preschool and a kindergarten teacher, a program director, and today I work with early childhood providers throughout Boulder County. I'm also a parent. Because of these experiences, I've had the privilege of seeing firsthand what happens when children and families have access to high-quality early child care and what happens when they don't. The first few years of life are the most important years of a child's development. During this time, children are building the foundation for future learning, relationships, health, and well-being. They need stable, nurturing relationships and environment that support their development and where they feel safe. We know that high-quality early child care programs can provide that foundation, but too many families in our community just can't access the care that they need. Families are struggling to find care they can afford, and that's especially true for infants and toddlers. And at the same time, providers are doing everything they can to serve families while they're facing significant financial challenges trying to be sustainable and do so. Through my work, I hear from families every day who are piecing together childcare arrangements. This is delaying work opportunities, they're losing work opportunities altogether, and they're having to make difficult decisions because they simply can't find or afford care. I also work with childcare providers who are deeply committed to children and families, but they're struggling to keep their doors open. And this is not just a challenge for individual families. This affects our workforce, our economy, and the long-term well-being of our community. That's why I believe Boulder County, Brighter Start Boulder County is so important. This initiative is an opportunity to make a meaningful local investment in young children and the families who are raising them. It would help more families access affordable care, strengthen and support our early childhood workforce, and expand access to high-quality early learning opportunities throughout Longmont and our community. As someone who's dedicated my career to this work, I know there's no better investment we can make than in young children. When we support children in their earliest years, we strengthen families, support local businesses, and build a healthier and more vibrant community for everyone. I respectfully ask for your support of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Rick?
Mayor, I'm trying to
There you go.
get this a little higher here. Mayor, members of council, my name is Rick Hogue. I reside at 353 Grant Street in Longmont, where I lived with my wife Cindy for over 45 years. I was also a member of this council back in the late 1990s as a member at large. So I do have a deep abiding interest in this town. And I want to basically just read a letter that I sent to all, an email sent to all of you regarding my support of Council Member Mayor Pro Tem Sean McCoy. I support him in his efforts to address the growing resident frustration regarding the operations of the Vance Brand Municipal Airport. As an at-large council member, Sean McCoy represents the entire Longmont. My view is that he has not crossed any ethical violations with his zealous efforts to try to rein in and move forward with the lack of action by the staff and management out at the airport. The fact that we had to even go get federal grants to take care of our own taxiways is, in my opinion, showing that the airport is failing in its efforts to be a Longmont enterprise activity. Well, I've not read every single communication, email communication with this matter. I have read the complete report from the Times Call, and I have read the entire summary report from the officer, the ethics officer. And that set forth pretty clearly the allegations and so forth with the complaint. Serving a public council, on a public council, requires making some very difficult decisions that will not please everyone. As a representative of the people, you must focus on the long-term best interests of the community. Councilman McCoy has demonstrated his commitment to the vast majority of Longmont citizens, even in the face of criticism from the minority who obviously have some self-serving interest, motivations in themselves. Any sort of reprimand or recusal, in my opinion, is absolutely uncalled for. I agree with actually two things. Item 2.18.010 C3 and C4 in the report from the ethics advisor. I disagree with the findings of Part C2. So,
Thank you.
thank you. Appreciate your time.
Penny Jo Hodges.
Hi, thank you all for being here tonight and letting us talk. First, I wanted to thank Senator Katie Wallace. She showed up to our meeting last night about the mass surveillance. I just want to make sure that this stays on the table. And thank you, Councilman Popkin, for showing up also. That was really appreciated and eye-opening and had some great conversations. So thank you so much. I'm not going to belabor this. I just want to keep this on the table. And I'm sorry, I'll get back to my thing here. And words of wisdom from Thomas Jefferson: there is no justification for taking away individuals' freedoms in the guise of public safety. Please listen to our founding fathers. And thanks for being here.
Thank you. David. And then the next five: Lance Whitaker, Steve Alschuler, Meg Thornberry, Ashley Berkowitz, and Abigail Miller.
Hello, I think you all know me, you know me, and my stance is against the ALPRs. I thought I'd take a different approach tonight, and while I believe Axon's greatest strategy is that they're not flock, there's some other things that I wanted to share that I'll be doing. And so first thing is I already have an application filled out, and I'll be submitting to go on a ride-along to greater understand how our police officers, their challenges and what they go through on day-to-day. I'll also send research to each of you on the challenges ALPRs pose to the community. I'll be submitting a FOIA request to gain a better understanding on how Axon is used in our community. And finally, I'm willing to look at and consider any data City Council, Public Safety, or the Police Department has that supports ALPRs, as long as it's not Axon sales material. Thank you.
Thank you. Lance.
He's taller than I am. Morning, Mayor and Council. My name's Lance Whitaker, 1750 Collier Street, if you haven't memorized that. And all right. Today is National Banana Split Day. It's also National Kiss and Make Up Day, but I have to have a fight with my girlfriend in order to do that, and that's not good. National Park Service Founders Day. National Secondhand Wardrobe Day. Yay. National Whiskey Sour Day. Maybe if we get out of here early enough, I can go have one of those.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of birthdays here. We got Billy Ray Cyrus, Gene Simmons, Rachel Ray, Regis Philbin, and Sean Connery. It also was Elaine's birthday on Monday. And at 86, she still raced up 3 flights of stairs for her birthday party. So, good job, Elaine. Unfortunately, today is also the day Dolly Parton died. So, I hope everyone has a song or two in their head. So, thank you for that.
We need a break.
We need a break.
Oh my God, I did not. I was,
Well, there you
I was
go.
in meetings all
I'm
day.
sorry to be the one to break it to you. I know. coat of many colors. I'd also like to advocate again for HB 19-123. As you guys know, I've been an advocate for that for quite a while. Please review your staff work and bring this back up to council, please. We had a 3-3 vote with one abstained, so hopefully we can get that back in and at least get it settled.
I see you eyeing me.
I love you though, Susie,
Yeah.
and you know it. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thanks. Steve.
And good luck, Sean.
Okay, thanks, Lance.
Good evening. Steve Altschuler, 1555 Taylor Drive. For the people behind me, I know you can't call out and say anything, but could you raise your hand if any of you make more than $150,000 a year? Wow, no one makes more than $150,000 a year. That means everybody here, their kids would be eligible to get discounted daycare. $150,000 is a hell of a lot of money. I never made that in a year in my entire life in business. But some people want to start providing free or discounted daycare to literally everybody in Longmont. 60% of kids in Colorado cannot read, write, or do math at grade level. And that's a well-known number. And now you want to take more money from the people of Longmont to provide free daycare for teachers that have never even proven that they can teach kids reading, writing, and arithmetic at grade level. This is a ridiculous waste of money. I was at the meeting on Sunday. I asked specifically, is this program going to be available for the kids of illegal residents in Longmont? They absolutely refused to answer that, which tells me, yes, it will be. So people come into our country illegally, and besides free health care and discounted housing and food benefits, now we're going to be giving them free daycare also. This is not right for the taxpayers of Longmont. If you're going to have your kids, you should raise your kids, you should take some responsibility for your kids, and you should do what it takes to get your kids at least into public school. So I've got more to say, but that's about that on the daycare. So I hope you reconsider. I hope you look at this. And if nothing else, just think about Minnesota with all the Leering centers where they were ripped off by $9 billion with daycares that didn't even have kids in them. So are there going to be securities to make sure that these are legitimate schools, or is just more taxpayer money stolen? Also on number F here, there's another area where you want to raise our taxes to provide for police officers, which is great, dispatchers, firefighters, emergency support staff, and purchasing the necessary equipment, vehicles, and facilities. That to me is, I could be wrong, but that's what is going to be needed for the city council to approve of 7, 10, and 14-story buildings. So it's like a first step here towards going in another direction that I don't think should be done for Longmont. Right now, we can't have 7, 10, and 14-story buildings because the fire department doesn't have enough people or the equipment to handle it.
Thank you. Thank you. Meg.
Hello, members of council. It's great to see you all again. I'm back from vacation, so excuse me if I talk about something that has already been covered, because I was very much on vacation and not paying attention to Longmont for a little bit, which was a lovely break, but I'm glad to be home. I just wanted to bring up a couple sort of statistics, and based on Steve's point about early childhood education. Having strong education is actually one of the biggest indicators for preventing crime. So if we don't have enough money for our police officers, if we want to focus from the other end of reducing crime, investing in early childhood education is one of the best things that we can do. And I did find some statistics for this that were from the Center for Justice Research. And they went and they looked at the reallocation of police funds into other categories and its impact on crime rates. So the first thing that they found, and I believe this is updated for 2026, but it was originally done around 2020, between 20% and 45% of local municipality discretionary funding is allocated towards law enforcement departments. So kind of crazy that a third of most cities' department or budget goes towards that. Since 1977, the United States policing budget has nearly tripled to $115 billion, despite a decrease in crime. Studies show that investment in non-carceral systems, such as healthcare and high-quality education, decreases crime. And finally, the recommendations that they make then are auditing fiscal budgets to identify needed reduction in police budgets and reinvestment opportunities for improved community services. Developing partnering relations in municipalities with community mental health and social service agencies to tailor intervention services. Establishing partnerships with local colleges, as we love to do, to measure the quality and quantity of police-citizen contact requiring specialized social and mental health services, and then continuing to fund programs that are concentric with this. So, I hope that we can use the evidence-based data here to inform our decisions about where our taxes are going. And I want to make sure that we are doing the best for as many people as possible, because I'm worried about the way that our society has suddenly shifted with this surveillance technology away from being the cops needing to prove you guilty into me needing to prove myself innocent. And I'm really not okay with that switch, and it feels like the mass surveillance has been a very clear indicator of when that pivot happened. So I would like the police to work hard to prove me guilty instead of me having to do my own job of proving my own innocence, which is by default unconstitutional. So that is my concern there. And then finally, again, with all of this, can we please see the numbers about how much it actually helps? If this is a thing that the police are arguing is absolutely necessary, I would like to see proof. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashley.
Ashley Berkowitz, 204 4th Avenue. I'd like to start with a quotation. It's probably going to be pretty familiar, but I think it bears repeating. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. That's the Fourth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, and there's a more or less identical article in the Colorado Constitution. So I'm obviously here to talk about the ALPRs. I think it would take a significant amount of effort for me to imagine a technology that would be more invasive of the general rights of people. Nothing except perhaps a subcutaneous implant would reach the level of public monitoring of ALPR cameras. And I'm glad that the council decided not to renew with Flock, but I don't think Flock is the problem. Well, that's wrong. Flock is absolutely the problem. But I think that ALPRs more broadly go against one of the foundational principles of American jurisprudence, which is the idea that that crimes must be investigated. We investigate crimes to find suspects. We don't investigate communities to find crimes. Well, I guess we do. Ignore that. But anyways, what I'm saying is ALPRs are casting a wide net. The term used with Flock is dragnet, but the point stands that there's no requirement of probable cause. And we don't live in a society where a person is automatically subject to search at any time. That's why we created the Bill of Rights and the Fourth Amendment. The one place where society has decided that universal searching is more or less okay is airports and borders, basically, to stop very bad things coming into our country and to stop, terrorism. But when it comes to these cameras, we're talking about diminishing the rights of everyone and creating a network of surveillance that is not founded in the idea of the Constitution. It is founded in the idea that the state has the right to its people's information, which it doesn't.
Thank you. Thank you. Abigail Miller.
Hello, I'm Abigail Miller. I reside at 701 James Street. I'm a second-generation Longmont resident. I own both a home and a commercial property in Longmont, and for 20 years I've operated a commercial child care center in Longmont, serving hundreds of Longmont families. The quality and affordability of child care is very important to me and the families that I serve. Despite that, I am here today to oppose the Brighter Start initiative. While some of the sponsors of this bill are personal friends and people I greatly respect and organizations that I believe are great assets to our community, I believe the likely effect of this initiative on my program and the families I serve will be to increase the property taxes and operating expenses for my program, jeopardizing its viability and increasing the amount that I would have to charge the families I serve. The Brighter Start proposal permanently increases Boulder County's already exorbitant property taxes by $30 million to raise $30 million to try to solve a temporary problem, a CCAP freeze. If this had been a narrower proposal raising $10 million to temporarily fund CCAP with a sunset provision, I would be here speaking in favor of it, but that is not the case. The plan will spend $8 million providing CCAP to 800 waitlisted children at $10,000 each. Given that the proponents say the average market rate for care in this county is $19,000 to $23,000 a year, and that the CCAP waitlist likely already exceeds this number of children, this seems like an inadequate amount. As to the rest of the proposal, the other $20 million, it's difficult to be in favor of it because it's unclear what it would do or what the effects of it would be. The approach appears to be increase taxes, create a $30 million fund, and then decide. The plan says it will provide another $12 million in tuition assistance to parents and families of infants and toddlers making less than $150,000 a year. On page 11, they said there are 6,000 of these families. On page 21, they estimated that the target would be 1,500 to 2,000. They can't tell you how many families would be served. They can't tell you what the average rate of the subsidy would be, and they can't tell you what the providers would be required to do to accept these funds. If there are 6,000 families and they have $12 million to spend, that averages to $160 for a month. That would be unlikely to permit a family to enroll their child in any licensed childcare, especially if the rates are really $18,000 to $2,000. The other priorities they identified already exist in the status quo. The effect of this program is likely to increase my property taxes. The county has already lost 26 licensed child care facilities in the last 2 years because they could not afford to operate here. I urge you to use extreme caution in evaluating increasing expenses and operational costs to these facilities.
Thank you. Okay, and that was the last name on the list, so I will now close public invited to be heard. We are now on to the item 9, consent agenda and introduction and reading by title of first reading ordinances. Don, can you please read the consent agenda for the record?
Sure, Mayor. The second reading and public hearing for ordinances introduced tonight on this consent agenda will be on September 8th, 2026. Item A has 3 ordinances, all related to the First and Main Transit Project. A1 is ordinance 2026-54, a bill for an ordinance approving the First and Main Urban Renewal Plan, finding that the First and Main Urban Renewal Area is a blighted area, designating such area as appropriate for an urban renewal plan, and finding that the clearance, rehabilitation, conservation, development, redevelopment, or a combination thereof of such area is necessary in the interest of the public health, safety, morals, and welfare of the citizens of the city. Ordinance 2026-55, a bill for an ordinance authorizing the financing of the construction of a parking garage with associated improvements and other capital improvements of the city through the execution of one or more lease purchase agreements and the execution and delivery of certificates of participation. Ordinance 2026-56, a bill for an ordinance conditionally approving the vacation of public sewer easements generally located at 11 South Main Street. Item 9B is Resolution 2026-49, a resolution of the Council of the City of Longmont, Colorado, finding that the petition for annexation of a parcel of land located in the County of Boulder, State of Colorado, known as the Dry Creek Annexation, generally located along Airport Road between Quail Road and Clover Basin Drive, substantially complies with the Colorado Revised Statute, Section 3112-1071. 9C is Resolution 2026-50, a resolution of the Council of the City of Longmont, Colorado, finding that the petition for annexation of a parcel of land located in Boulder County, State of Colorado, known as the 8513 St. Vrain Road annexation, generally located east of Airport Road and north of 9th Avenue within the southeast quarter of Section 31, Township 3 North, Range 69 West, substantially complies with the Colorado Revised Statute, Section 3112-1071. 9D is Resolution 2026-51, a resolution of the City of Longmont, Colorado, authorizing the assignment of the city's private activity bond allocation for 2026 to the Longmont Housing Authority, providing other details in connection therewith, and providing an effective date. 9E is Resolution 2026-52, a resolution of the Longmont City Council urging Longmont electors to vote yes on the ballot issue increasing Boulder County property taxes by 2.579 mils to address the shortage and high cost of childcare and preschool for Boulder County families with young children by lowering the cost of care, increasing the compensation of childcare and preschool teachers and staff, and expending capacity to serve more children and reduce wait lists on the November 3rd, 2026 coordinated municipal election ballot. 9F is Resolution 2026-53, a resolution of the Longmont City Council urging Longmont electors to vote yes on the ballot issue, increasing the city's public safety tax for the purpose of maintaining and increasing the level of public safety services, including hiring additional police officers, dispatchers, firefighters, emergency support staff, and purchasing the necessary equipment, vehicles, and facilities on the November 3rd, 2026 coordinated municipal election ballot. 9G is Resolution 2026-54, a resolution of Longmont City Council urging Longmont electors to vote yes on ballot question amending the City of Longmont Home Rule Charter to add open space to the lands that require voter approval for sale or conveyance on the November 3rd, 2026 coordinated municipal election ballot. 9H is approve 4 capital improvement program amendments, and 9I is accept 8 capital improvement program amendments approved by the city manager.
Okay, great, thank you. And I did receive a request from staff to pull item A, items 1, 2, and 3 for a brief presentation. And then I do want to remind council, according to our operating agreements, only pull items that you are intending to vote no against or propose an amendment. Okay. Councilmember Marsing.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually need to pull item E for the purpose of recusal so that there's a separate vote on that.
Okay. I guess, do we, oh yeah, I get it. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. I would also like to pull F and G.
Okay, thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I'm sorry, folks, but I want to pull B and C for a vote.
A no vote?
A no vote.
Okay. Okay, so can I have a motion to accept the consent agenda for, well, I know, minus items A, B, C, E, F, G. You guys are killing me. Yep.
Yeah, Mayor, the system is capturing items you're not pulling, so I'll fix that. Just so you
Okay.
know. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Well, I move the consent agenda minus
B, C,
G.
B, C, E, F, and G. And A, yes. Okay, so the motion to accept the consent agenda minus items A1, A2, A3, B, C, E, F, nope, yeah, E, F, G. Just start singing the alphabet. And that has been seconded by Councilmember Popkin. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously. We are now on to item 10, ordinances on second reading and public hearings on any matter. We have item A, Ordinance 2026-49, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for expenses and liabilities of the City of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2026. Are there any questions from council? Okay, seeing none. Do we have any comment from staff? Nope. Okay, seeing none, I will now open the public hearing on ordinance 2026-49. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on this matter? Seeing none, I will now close public hearing. And is there, may I have a motion to pass and adopt ordinance 2026-49? So the motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Christ. Seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously. Now we're on to item B, ordinance 2026-50, a bill for an ordinance repealing and reenacting section 15.02.08.d of the Longmont Municipal Code and trialing of the new short-term rental license type for major regional events, and it was amended at first reading. Are there any questions from council? Seeing none, I will now open the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on ordinance 2026-50? Come on down. Oh, you know what? What'd I do with that list? Look right here. Ah, yes, Megan. Come on down.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good evening. My name is Megan Fansteel. Can you? Go ahead. Yeah, I don't know if I'm too far or too close.
You're
Good?
good.
Okay,
Good.
thanks.
Thank you.
I'm not very experienced with microphones. Anyway, my name is Megan Fansteel, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Boulder Area Rental Housing Association. We represent housing providers who collectively manage or own more than 16,000 rental units in Boulder County, which of course includes Longmont. First, I really wanted to thank council and staff for your thoughtful and collaborative approach to preparing this draft ordinance in anticipation of Sundance and the opportunity to send in comments. Also wanted to thank you for incorporating the technical changes we recommended on first reading, particularly regarding subleasing. We believe that those changes will make the license more practical for property owners and tenants while maintaining appropriate oversight. I did want to spend a minute to talk a little bit about the residency requirement, which we did also mention in our memo. We request that you consider possibly still waiving the residency requirement on this initial foray into this ordinance. Because this license is limited to a designated festival period, we believe it's different than a traditional short-term rental license. We believe waiving this requirement would give existing property owners the opportunity to make a unit available when you're going to have more people coming to town. And realistically, it's likely just going to affect vacant units because those are the folks that would have owners wanting to do this other than tenants. And we know that there's certainly concern about the idea of someone coming and purchasing properties to take advantage of this, which is one of the reasons, well, the main reason we support the Longmont Chamber's idea that they put in their comments about requiring someone to own the property for a certain period of time. And that could potentially eliminate that. I mean, the reality is we don't really know what's going to happen in January. I mean, it's a little bit of a crystal ball, right? And the idea of allowing this in this initial year is that more units means more people coming to Longmont, supporting businesses, paying taxes, all that kind of good stuff that's good for the economy. And I know that you guys are going to be, or my understanding, I shouldn't say I know, that you're going to be looking at this in a year. So the thought was maybe consider this now, and when you review it, say, hey, this worked or didn't work. So I just wanted to bring that up again, and also thank you for your thoughtfulness in this process. So, and we're happy to answer any questions or do anything that you might need. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else in the audience? Okay, seeing none, I will now close the public hearing. And is there anyone from council who would like to make a motion to pass and adopt ordinance 2026-50? Okay, so the motion has been made by Councilmember Kalkoffer and seconded by Councilmember Popkin. Okay, yeah, set it over there. Yeah. Okay, and seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay. the question did pass, because I did ask for questions, yes, thank you. So let's go ahead and vote, please. And if you'd like to do a verbal vote, too. Yeah.
I'm a yay.
Okay, that carries unanimously. We are now on to item C, ordinance 2026-53, a bill for an ordinance concerning funding for the public safety and in connection therewith amending Chapter 4.04 of the Municipal Code for the City of Longmont, Colorado, increasing the city sales and use tax rate from 3.53% to 3.86% beginning in January 1st, 2027, authorizing an increase in the city property tax of not more than 2.44 mils, beginning with tax collection year 2027, and referring said tax increases to a vote of the qualified electors, and it was amended at first reading. Are there any questions from council? Okay, seeing none, I will now open the public hearing on ordinance 2026-53. There's no one signed up on the list, but is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on this item? Okay, go ahead, come on.
I'm not in favor of any tax increases on properties. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no one else, do we have, come on down.
Paul Tiger, somewhere in Longmont. I'd really prefer it if you wouldn't endorse your own tax increases.
So, okay. Okay. Okay, seeing no one else in audience coming down to speak, I'm going to go ahead and close our public hearing. And may I have a motion and to pass and adopt ordinance 2026-53? Thank you. The motion has been made by, okay, and Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Just on this motion, this is the second reading for this, and I just wanted, for folks who are just tuning in for tonight, we've had multiple discussions on the sales and property tax balance here, and whether you agree or disagree, we've had multiple discussions on that, so that's why you aren't seeing that tonight. If you're interested in doing that, there are multiple articles in the Times Call or podcasts about this, or previous meetings on YouTube you can watch to catch up on where this discussion has been. The other thing I wanted to clarify for my council members on this motion is that this bill is not about supporting the ballot measure. This is about putting it on the ballot.
No, and I understood what he's getting at, because the resolution that was pulled, and now we're going to talk about it after voting on this.
So I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, but I do want us to kind of state germane to this particular.
That's all I had, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. So let's get back on task. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries 6-1 with Councilmember Christ in opposition. And now we are back to items 11, back to the items removed from consent agenda. And the first one was item A, so Assistant City Manager Jen Uten.
I'm going to start this off.
Okay.
Harold Dominguez. So Mayor and Council, we've had many conversations in terms of First and Main and the work that's going on there. One of the things that you noticed in this agenda is that we're actually starting to group all of these items together so that we can make it easier as we're working through this process. This is the first. This is another step of many to come in terms of moving this project forward. Molly's going to break it down from a project overview. Jen's going to discuss the urban renewal component. Teresa's going to discuss the bond initiative. And then we also have staff available if there's any questions on the vacations of easements.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. I'm going to be introducing the projects today, and then I'll be handing it off to my coworkers here as we go along. So you have a few requested council actions tonight. The first main decision point will be on the urban renewal plan, and Jen Uten will be presenting on that. The second will be authorizing the financing of the construction, and Teresa Malloy will be presenting on that. And then we did want to ask you, before we went all the way through all three items, if you would like a presentation on the vacation of the public sewer easements, or if you would like to skip that part. Okay. Did I hear that everywhere?
I'm sorry, yes,
Okay.
it was Skip.
Thank you. Okay, so I want to start by giving a project overview for the myriad of transit-oriented development projects that are going on down in this lower downtown area, centered with the transit station. And so here is our latest rendering of our new transit station with a title of Longmont Station. Just a reminder, you've seen this in prior presentations, but none of this would be possible on this aggressive timeline without our public-private partnerships, and many of these projects that encompass the transit-oriented development area are not possible without public-private partnerships. Just to refresh, this is our entire area that this is a figure that is used specifically by the Front Range Passenger Rail that highlights the Colorado Connector, or COCO, that would be planning to come in just north of our future transit hub. Just highlighting other areas on here, the Front Range Community College campus, across Main Street and south of First Avenue. We also have some other transit-oriented projects that we're not going to be discussing tonight, but 180 Emory is a future affordable housing project there on the other side of Emory. And then this is kind of showing our connection to our other multimodal connections up to the downtown area as well. So the first key project that is instrumental in allowing all of this work to happen is the Kaufman Street Extension project. That project is set to go out for bid for construction coming up here in September. And so this will provide multimodal connections down Kaufman Street on the east side of the transit station garage itself, and leading down into, you can see the connections down into the Greenway. And then we've got our, infrastructure that goes along with that, including the stormwater infrastructure that's needed. And then we just have a photo here of the improvements to Kaufman that have happened up north, just to give a brief example of what the look and feel will be like once we get through Kaufman Street. So that construction will be happening in this fall and coming into 2027.
Actually, they're constructing the wastewater line right now. So
Correct.
in case people see it, we break this up into separate contracts. So there's actually work starting now on the wastewater line.
And our transit center hub itself. So it is proposed to include 5 stories, have approximately 700 parking stalls and 10 bus bays, serving RTD's bus rapid transit, and then future passenger rail, other general parking needed for the downtown areas to visit businesses and residences, etc. This one is that public-private partnership agreement where we have completed phase 2 of that development agreement that came back to council previously. And that's getting us up to the construction point. So we have some very great progress to report that we do plan on being able to start clearing of the site by September 15th. And then we're planning a groundbreaking celebration in that late September, early October timeframe. And then the vertical construction would begin around November. So we'll see some fun progress soon. Associated with that transit center, the land that is west of the garage, fronting Main Street, south of First Avenue, down to Boston, that is all privately owned land. We did need to partner with the developer of that land to ensure that we had coordinated construction across both, because the garage will be wrapped by this private mixed-use development. So this is some of our first renderings of what that building would eventually look like. and the city is working on development agreement negotiations right now with that developer and landowner. This kind of shows how that wrap actually works. So this is if you're looking from Kaufman Street. You can see the garage there fronting Kaufman with the wrap product around the edges. And then the bottom figure is if you're looking north from Main Street, you would see that wrapped mixed-use product and then the garage there to the left. Moving across Main Street, we're working on the Front Range Community College campus as well. You have seen some development agreements come forth in relation to that as well recently. This is in the heavy design process right now. Lots of meetings between Front Range and the architect doing program planning, space planning, and really trying to accommodate Front Range's needs for now and into the future. So I want to highlight on here the Front Range classroom building is what's shown in the blue. That is currently under design. The red figure to the north, that is the proposed office building, and that is also being worked out right now. We do not have any renderings of that one quite yet. Future potential developments that are intended to come forward later, that are not included in any current development agreements specifically, are shown in orange. There would be a need for additional parking, presumably in the future, to serve these future needs. There would be a need for potentially housing, maybe student housing, and some sort of partnership in that regard, and then potentially other commercial or retail uses as well. The red small box down in the bottom, those are the city-owned parcels down south of Boston. That's also a potential future use that could go there that is still to be determined. Oh, I should mention, that office building to the north, we do intend to bring Nextlight into that location. This is just an example of how that design work is progressing for Front Range. They are being really intentional about designing that boulevard connection that would come up to Main Street and then offer good, safe pedestrian connection to the transit center garage. They're looking at treatments there to make that really pedestrian, well, multimodal friendly, and have space for placemaking and students and staff members and people visiting for businesses, et cetera, to really be able to hang out. So that's just kind of an overview of all of the things in the mix. There's even more details that stem from those. But I will go ahead and turn it over to Jen to start focusing on our urban renewal plan.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Jen Newton, Assistant City Manager for External Services, and tonight also I'm representing the Urban Renewal Authority as the Executive Director. I'm presenting on Ordinance 2026-54, which is the consideration of the adoption of the first and main urban renewal plan and certain legislative findings. The approval process for an urban renewal plan is guided by state law and includes conducting a blight study, negotiating tax agreements with taxing entities to finance urban renewal efforts, and presenting the plan to the Planning Commission to review its work being in accordance with the comprehensive plan. So in this diagram, we're on step 5. As you've heard a little bit this evening and in previous presentations, Longmont has set the stage for development to catalyze new investment in the southern downtown core. And for this area to serve multimodal transportation and to move forward ideas from the STEM area plan, including the higher education, makerspace, mixed-use buildings, and parking structures. The first and main urban renewal plan covers approximately 29.5 acres in downtown Longmont, bounded by First Avenue to the north, Boston Avenue and Ida to the south, Kaufman Street, the new Kaufman Street to the west, and South Martin Street to the east. The plan is intended to help finance public infrastructure improvements and a regional transit center, as we've just talked about, while using those investments to catalyze transit-oriented development and redevelopment within this area. As you can see on this map, this area is being carved out of the existing Southeast Longmont Urban Renewal Plan. That's due to a change in state law under which urban renewal plans must be drawn as narrowly as possible. And it includes that the funding that's generated within this area must be used specifically for the particular urban renewal area and projects. So the plan amendment for what we affectionately call SLURP will be on the September 8th agenda. We're asking this evening for you to review information about blight criteria that are established in state law and whether this area meets the threshold of having enough blighting factors to clear the bar to be eligible for the tool to be used for urban renewal projects and activities. State law requires that at least 4 blight factors would be required to be found to be eligible. There are 11 criteria for blight within the state law, and Pioneer Development conducted a condition survey earlier this year that identified the presence of 8 of them. The survey found a mix of vacant and underutilized properties, aging infrastructure, poor street connections, floodplain limitations, and environmental concerns. And I'm going to point out a few excerpts from the blight study moving forward here. One of the blight criteria is the predominance of defective or inadequate street layout. Field observations identified defective and inadequate street layout throughout the First and Main Transit Center condition survey area. So I will note that this blue area is the area where we did the whole conditions survey. And the actual urban renewal plan is smaller than this area, but we surveyed this whole area to determine whether or not there was blight. While adjacent arterial streets provide regional access, the plan area exhibits a consistent pattern of poor internal circulation, incomplete street networks, and limited emergency access, which constrain safe movement and redevelopment potential. Another blighting condition is deterioration of sites or other improvements. Numerous vacant and underutilized parcels exhibit neglected landscaping, including bare dirt lots, overgrown grasses, noxious weeds, and unmanaged vegetation. Many of these parcels contain scattered trash, discarded materials, broken asphalt and concrete fragments, pallets, fencing remnants, and other debris. I won't go through all of the components that are in the plan, but collectively, the prevalence of neglected landscaping, accumulated debris, deteriorated fencing, cluttered yards, and aging signage establishes a clear pattern of declining site conditions across this area and supports the inclusion of factor E, which is the deterioration of site or other improvements. Unusual topography or inadequate public improvements or utilities is another blight criteria. A lack of internal street circulation is a defining condition throughout the plan area. Large parcels on the east and west ends, as well as several properties in the central area, lack a connected internal street network. Access is often limited to dead-end drives, informal dirt or gravel paths, or indirect connections to surrounding streets. This absence of internal circulation reduces parcel accessibility, limits efficient site planning, and constrains coordinated redevelopment. Blight factor K.5 is the existence of health, safety, or welfare factors requiring high levels of municipal services or substantial physical underutilization or vacancy of sites, buildings, or other improvements. The most prevalent condition supporting this factor is the presence of large vacant parcels that remain underutilized. I won't go through all of this, but in the southern portion of the plan area, parcels currently used for outdoor storage or junkyard type activities occupy large sites that are not developed to their functional or economic capacity. And then also environmental contamination of buildings or property. So we have 2 areas that are identified in a circle. I would say a red circle, but just wanted to identify that there are 2 dots that are orange on this that I'm trying to highlight. The Longmont plan area included a limited number of properties with documented environmental contamination associated with historic petroleum storage and release. Available state and federal environmental records identified those 2 parcels with the plan that have been assigned a minor to moderate petroleum release classification. I will just note that as we've been moving toward the development of the site for the transit center, we identified asbestos containing material at 23 South Main in a former building slab, and then have also been working on remediation of impacted soils and working with state agencies, and that cleanup is anticipated to be completed in advance of that transit center moving forward. So here is that legal description that shows that area is smaller than what was included in the condition survey that we did. I will note that there is a parcel that, see if I can identify right here. This right here is a county enclave, and it also includes some rights of way around the area as well, including the what would be the future extension of Kaufman. State law requires the negotiating with taxing entities for the use of tax increment financing, which is essentially the urban renewal plan, can be thought of as a financing document. And so we have been hard at work doing those negotiations with those taxing entities. So before any urban renewal plan containing any tax allocation provisions that allocates any taxes of any taxing entity other than the municipality, representatives of the authority and the governing body taxing have to meet and attempt to negotiate an agreement. We've done that. Included in your packet is a list of those agreements that we have with the taxing entities. I will note that there is an overlap for a number of parcels with the Downtown Development Authority. Staff will need to amend the language that's included in that addendum that's in your packet this evening. As it's intended or written today, the Downtown Development Authority would be receiving those tax increment dollars that we've negotiated from those other taxing entities, which is about 61% of the available property tax increment, and then remitting it to the Urban Renewal Authority. We actually think that what's going to happen is that the reverse of that, where the assessor's office would remit that to the Urban Renewal Authority, and we then would remit to the Downtown Development Authority the 5 mills that they have, where they're going to keep those mills for their work. So we're working on an IGA, and the Downtown Development Authority will hear that tomorrow. So how does tax increment financing work? It's not a new tax. The tax increment is generated solely by new development in the plan. It would not increase taxes on the community, and it's not leveraging the existing revenues. Rather, it's property taxes created by new projects, and that property tax that's new is reinvested into the plan and specifically pledged toward making the projects within the project area come to fruition. So that in this First and Main area, there are 3 phases. One, which includes the transit-oriented development, including the transit center, the parking garage, but more importantly, the multifamily and commercial space, which is taxable. Phase 2 includes the modeling for plans for privately owned commercial office space that is included on the west side of Main. And then phase 3 envisions the multifamily within the plan's vacant properties on the eastern side. And with that, our recommendation is for council to approve ordinance 2026-54, which is the approval of the First and Main Urban Renewal Plan, finding the First and Main Urban Renewal Plan as a blighted area, designating such as appropriate for urban renewal plan, and finding that the clearance, rehabilitation, conservation, development, redevelopment, or combination thereof of such area is necessary in the public interest of public health, safety, morals, and welfare of the citizens of the city. With that, I'm open to any questions that you have.
Okay, and I don't see anyone in the queue. Can I have a motion to adopt and pass ordinance 2026-54? Councilmember Popkin?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a motion to adopt, to approve, let's see, item R 2026, sorry?
No.
O
Ordinance.
2026
Yes.
54.
Okay, so the motion has been made to pass ordinance 2026-54 and the, made by Councilmember Popkin, seconded by Councilmember Kalkofer. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to briefly thank staff for the thoughtful presentation there. I know it was somewhat abridged. We've had these conversations for many, many months here, and I appreciate all of the work that's gone into this. I think we all do. And for those who are here, you know, this is a once in a generation type project and redevelopment effort, and it's going to take a lot of hands on deck, and it's already shown that there are a lot of hands on deck here. And really this directly relates to how we focus Longmont's growth. how we use these projects to reactivate vacant sites and our tax base, and how we attract new housing to these areas, reduce the increase in growth of traffic, and support our local businesses in a strong downtown. So I would look forward
Thank
to
you.
very enthusiastically supporting this.
Okay. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay. And you can give a verbal vote as well.
I'm a yay. This is cool.
Okay, yes. Okay. And so that carries unanimously. Okay, is this for item A2? Okay, going down the list. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Teresa Malloy, Chief Financial Officer. And this evening, we wanted to cover the First and Main financials for you. So I am joined by Maria Harwood, Laura Witt from Butler Snow. Butler Snowers are outside legal counsel for debt and Tabor issues. And I'm also joined by Jason Simmons from Hilltop Securities. Hilltop is our municipal advisor for all financing issues, really. So I'll ask them to make their way down maybe over here, because they are going to have some comments for you on the ordinance itself, as well as the certificate of participation. So we realize that we have not provided a high-level overview of our entire project. And so what I wanted to do was start the conversation showing you the full financials for this project, because it is a very complex project. We have had to bring together multiple funding sources to really make this project a reality. It is, as you've previously heard from both Molly and Jen, this project itself is composed of two components. So it's the Transit Center hub and then the Kaufman Street extension. So what is on the screen for you this evening, this screen is focused solely on the Transit Center hub. And it, as I mentioned, is a very complex project that brings together a lot of funding sources. And the first item is funding that we have appropriated through our CIP process starting in 2018 through 2024. And that was $10 million over those years out of the Public Improvement Fund for mainly land construction or land acquisition and then demolition of the site in order to build the transit hub. $16.4 million from RTD. You all are aware of that. There is also that $16.4 million is sitting in an escrow account at UMB Bank, and it has been there for a number of years. And it has been earning some pretty significant interest that is to date about $1.57 million. And we are in conversations with RTD on how that interest can be used. Originally, we were hoping we could use all of it to offset the actual construction cost of the Transit Center hub, but that may not happen. There are RTD needs for equipment and such that they will need to purchase to operate the bus bays and that whole ground floor of the transit center. And so what we are anticipating is that at this point, the city will be able to use, or we are planning to use, as much as half of that to help offset the cost of construction for the site. And then there's the $4 million grant that you all are aware of. That grant was in the additional appropriation and the CIP amendment that you acted on earlier this evening. And then we will be getting permit fees from the private development, that mixed-use wrap that was previously spoken about, that we are wanting to put back into the project. Originally, we had estimated about $1.8 million could be put back in the project, but when we actually started looking at what those, the makeup of those permit fees, there is only really about $976,000 that can be used for this project. The rest is the earmark sales tax that needs to go to the street fund, the public safety fund, and the open space fund, as well as, unfortunately, that 1.8 million also counted county tax that we don't get. So, we have about 976,000 from permit fees. And then the rest of the sources of funds is funding that we have identified as we've been working through our 2027 budget. And the last two items will be included in the 27 budget that we're going to bring you next week. The first 500,000, though, is savings in the Public Improvement Fund in some other projects that have already been complete, and that funding is no longer needed to meet the needs of that project. And so that's been freed up, and we're putting that back into this project. You will see that one as come to you as a Harold-approved CIP amendment at some point in the future. And then there is $672,000 that, again, will be in the 27 budget out of the general fund that we are going to put into this project. That is fund balance. And then in the Public Improvement Fund itself, there is another $1.6 million that we have freed up through shifting some other projects around, and that $1.6 million is going to be put into this project as well. So that is a total of about $34.9 million, almost $35 million of funding that is coming from all those various sources for this project. The actual cost estimates of for the project are in the neighborhood of $60 million. So we do have a funding gap of about $25 million that we will, our plan is to issue certificate of participation to close that gap. So the uses of funds, the difference between the original estimate that was based on very high level, very early estimates, and the actual estimated column to the right, the estimated column is based on some more developed design documents. We are expecting that number hopefully to continue to come down as our developer gets final pricing. But there's some pressures, economic pressures out there that we may not continue to realize any additional savings. So the intent really is to issue around $25 million in certificate of participation to finance the rest of this project. And then I mentioned the project really consists of two components. The second one is the Kaufman Street extension, as previously mentioned. This is larger than just the extension of the roadway itself. It also includes utility improvements for that surrounding area. And again, we have pulled funding sources in from various different funds, utility funds, the street fund, the Transportation Community Investment Fee Fund, to make this part of the project a reality. And so we have, I just wanted to point out that most of the sources on this slide were also included in that additional appropriation and CIP amendment that you acted on earlier. So out of the $850,000 for TCIF fees, there was an additional appropriation of $500,000. The rest of that was moved from TRP 137, which is the Main Street Corridor Plan project. For the $3.3 million of storm drainage funds in the original 2026 budget, there was $1 million that was from the storm drainage fund. And the appropriation that you acted on this evening added the additional $2.3 million. And then just under $1 million from the Water Construction Fund and $850,000 from the Sewer Operating Fund, both also in that appropriation. So that is a total of $6 million in sources that we have found for this part of the project. The costs for this part of the project is $10.7 million. So we have a $4.7 million gap on this side of the project. So our total funding gap is just under $30 million. And as I mentioned, the city is going to be issuing certificates of participation to cover that gap. This is only the first COP issuance we'll do for this whole area. We are anticipating issuing again some additional certificates of participation for the Front Range project on the east side. And that plan is in early to mid next year when we'll be back with that debt issuance. So with that, I am going to turn it over now to Maria, Laurel, and Jason, and they are going to go through the legal and financial components of the issuance of the COPs.
Good evening, Council. My name is Laura Witt. I'm with Butler Snow. It's good to see you all this evening. I'm here with Maria, who may interrupt me if I say something a little bit off. So there's a few documents in front of you today relating to the certificates of participation. The first one is the ordinance, and the ordinance itself sets the parameters around this release of certificates of participation. Certificates of participation are released through what we call a site lease and a lease. So this is where we have this leased property. You take the leased property and give it to, or you lease it to this trustee, and then they rent it back to you for payments each year, sort of like renting a property, renting a house, something like that. So that's done. All of this is laid out through the ordinance that you're looking at this evening. Within the ordinance, there's a few different things to note. The biggest one is that this sets the parameters for when we go out to the market to try and sell these certificates of participation. So you may have seen already in there are parameters specifically in section 6. We just like to point those out because those kind of say this is the max amount that we're going to allow for all of the payments of these. This is the max amount for each year. This also is how long the site lease and lease can go out for. Those are all those sorts of dates that are listed in there. And then in addition, there's a few other documents that are on retainer with the city that we issue as part of this. And so you'll see some of those mentioned throughout here. And sort of the documents that we do. One of those includes a disclosure statement, or we call that a preliminary official statement or an official statement. That's mentioned in here as well. And that just tells kind of the market, what these are about, what your town's about, why they should invest in these particular certificates of participation. So today what you are approving on first reading, though it's actually approving on second reading, I guess, for next reading, but what you're looking at for first reading is this ordinance and whether or not you want to move forward with issuing these certificates of participation with these particular parameters. Yeah.
Hi, good evening, Council. Jason Simmons with Hilltop Securities, the city's municipal advisor. So we help the city with their various debt and lease purchase agreement financings. So this slide just kind of shows estimated where we are today. As Teresa kind of laid out, there's various components here for the project funding we are looking at. There's one component of here that we will be looking at the need to issue as taxable. The need for a taxable portion of COPs is driven by some potential private use on the site, so we can issue tax-exempt financings for municipalities for public purposes, but if there becomes private use, we do have to move into issuing a portion of this as taxable. We are working with the city to minimize that and looking at different options, but for right now, we are estimating that we will need some level of taxable COPs. But if you look at kind of the columns to the left, the three columns are kind of breaking up into tax exempt piece, a taxable piece, and then the total transit center financing. So we are trying to get financing for the project needs, as Teresa said in the prior slide, is about $25 million. There are additional reserves that we are borrowing for, capitalized interest to borrow some of the interest payments until some of those tax increment revenues start to flow after the project is up and running. Then we will be borrowing an additional about 4.7 for the from on a tax exempt basis for the Kaufman Street extension. So overall, we are going to try and fund about $30 million, just under $30 million from this issuance of COPs for the project funds. Then again, we will be borrowing some other things, capitalized interest and other costs associated with this issuance.
And Jason, let me just add, so the taxable component will be for that private residential development. Approximately 350 of those parking spaces will be dedicated for that private use. And what the city will get in return to help pay this annual debt is approximately $168,000 in parking fees, and somewhere in the neighborhood of $400,000 of tax increment financing that will come from that mixed-use wrap. And this is only a portion of the expected tax increment financing in the whole First and Main area. The rest of it we plan to use for Front Range and possibly some other public or private development for public purposes on that side. There will be a component for the street fund for Kaufman, that Kaufman gap, as well as the public improvement fund.
Teresa, that's based on what we know is going to be private development that's generating the tax increment. One of the things that we're looking at in the overall project is additional tax generating projects that would then add more tax increment to help service the debt. So, but we wanted to take a conservative approach at this point.
So I would just point out, again, in the aggregate, we're looking right now under the current estimates about $33.8 million of project funds reserves to be funded from these COPs. Right now, the aggregate combined interest rate we're looking at is at about a 4.78. And those are all subject to change. We'll talk about timing here as we move through in another couple slides. As Laurel mentioned, our parameters in this ordinance, authorizing the COPs, authorizing finance staff to move forward with issuance of these COPs under these parameters. As Laurel said, these are leases, so there's some timeframes on the leases of how long this property can be leased under your city charter. It's 30 years. We have different lease terms in there for the taxable and the tax exempts. The taxables will be paid off first, and then they're a little bit more expensive. They're paying those off first. The taxable tax exempts will be paid off after that. The aggregate principal amount we're asking to authorize is 38 million. As I pointed out before, we're looking for about 34 million. We're asking for authorization of a little bit more than that in case costs of the project go up, in case the need for reserves goes up a little bit. I think the big one there is F, the maximum annual repayment. That's a big number in there. And we're structuring this over a 30-year lease. We're asking for a number in there that in case the market demands that we do this over a 20-year term, your city charter limits your ability to lease your property for 30 years. Usually if we're doing a 30-year COP, we'd have a 10-year longer site lease with that. We think we will be fine, but we're just asking for a little bit of flexibility in that one. Then we have a total maximum repayment of 74 million, and then these will be callable. The city will be able to refund these or pay them down or pay them off if the funds are allowed within 10 years. And then we have that maximum not to exceed interest rate of 5.75, and as I said before, we're at about 4.78 right now. Obviously, the market has been quite volatile this year, so these are building in some flexibility to accommodate interest rate increases. The pattern that we've kind of seen this year is we see kind of quick run-ups over a week, and then they kind of trickle back down. Right now, we're in this kind of trickle back down phase, but the market has been operating very well. We've seen great response for the issuances that we've done so far in 2026, even though some of them are at higher rate. And working with Butler Snow and city staff to prepare all the legal documents, the official statement that again is on file. Second reading, as mentioned, was on September 8th in a couple weeks. Towards the end of September, we'll have a rating call. We have not had a rating call for the city of Longmont since 2022. The last COPs that we got rated were a AA, so that's a very strong rating for the city of Longmont. We would expect at least that for these COPs. Then as soon as we get the rating, we will post the documents to the market, and then we'll sell these COPs in mid-October and target closing these on October 22nd. So I will stop there and see if there are any questions about the financing.
Very good. Do we have any questions? And then are we able to go ahead and make a motion? Okay. So, Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. So just on slide 31, I'm just qualifying this. The taxable property, so the tax that would have to be paid on that, is that included in these numbers over here? Because I don't see it itemized. And I actually didn't see taxable, 28% might be taxable or 29% might be taxable. I didn't see that in what I was reading, so I'm just kind of surprised. I haven't seen the numbers on it. But is that included in the total debt service?
Yes.
Okay.
That would accommodate the numbers in there. The parameters would accommodate everything on this slide. For essentially all, we're trying to get $30 million of project proceeds with the reserves. Everything is encompassed in those parameters. So if you notice, like the interest rate, if we look down a little bit on that column under the taxable transit center portion, that interest rate's a little bit higher to 5.37. Again, taxable rates are a little bit higher than tax exempt rates.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. And then just one other question. Can you tell us what market you will be selling the COPs?
The city goes through their city charter they do what is called a competitive sale. So we notice the market. There's a document that we put together called the notice of sale that's also part of the documents that are on file. That will alert the underwriting community, the broker-dealer out there, that the city of Longmont's holding a sale on that date. I think it's October 14th. The city will accept bids for the COPs. And we award those bids to essentially the lowest interest cost. It's called the true interest cost, as we award those to. So we don't know who they're being sold to now because it's a public offering. Those broker-dealers, those underwriters who are buying it, will turn around and sell them to other investors such as mutual funds or insurance companies. But again, we don't know that until after the fact.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Would you like to make a motion?
I would. I will move ordinance 2026-55.
Second. So the motion has been made to, let me go back to my screen, to pass ordinance 2026-55. Motion was made by Councilmember Chris, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. And, okay. Well, nobody wants to take it. I'll take it if you. Okay. Councilmember Popkin?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I had my mic on from before just for one more question, and then we
go ahead.
can get to that. I was noting in the council comm that we had a discussion that the years of when we would actually start the COPs were listed as starting in year 2029 through 2056, which is a little bit of a bridge timeline. It's like 27 years versus the 30-year timeline that you were outlining in your presentation. Can you just explain the discrepancy in that?
So if you look in the table above, the kind of second one down, the capitalized interest, so the COPs will be sold this year, so payments will start to be made next year in 2027. We're borrowing interest to pay those first couple years, so the city won't need to start making payments out of its own funds until 2029.
I see. So it's just referring to payments from our own funding sources. Got it. Thank you very much.
Mayor, I want to focus on one thing that Teresa and Jason talked about. Excuse me. So when we're looking at the taxable component and the non-taxable component, we're also, in order to minimize the taxable component, working with Jason and looking at our budgets and seeing, are there other projects that we can put in that are not non-taxable? And then we work on the backside of it to take that funding then to help with the taxable component, so that we're trying to lower the amount of taxable debt that we're issuing. And so we're going to continue working through that over the next few weeks.
Great, thank you. Okay, seeing no one else in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously. We are now on to item A3, ordinance 2026-56. Oh, do we don't have a presentation on this one?
We said we would.
Oh, okay. Okay, so can I have, yep, that's right. Thank you. It was so long ago. Okay, can I have a motion to adopt and pass ordinance 2026-56? Okay, so the motion has been made by Councilmember Kalkofer and seconded by Councilmember Popkin. Seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that carries unanimously. We are now on to item B that was pulled. Resolution 2026-49, that was pulled by, oh yeah, that was the Mayor Pro Tem. So go ahead. Well, you're pulling it to vote no.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay, can I have a motion to pass Resolution 2026-49? Okay, so the motion has been made by Councilmember Kalkofer, and I'll go ahead and second it. And Councilmember Kalkofer, yes.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to be clear that we're not deciding on whether we like this annexation, the density, or future development. That discretion comes later, when the annexation ordinance itself comes to us on first and second reading. Approving this resolution tonight does not annex the property.
That is correct.
Yep.
Yes.
And doesn't commit us to approving it later. So my yes
That is
vote is
correct. Okay.
participation that it meets the legal checkpoint.
Yes, okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries 6-1 with Mayor Pro Tem McCoy in opposition. Okay, now on to item C, Resolution 2026-50. Was that passed by, okay, that was, that item was pulled by Mayor Pro Tem. So do we have a motion to approve? Motion has been made by Councilmember Kalkofer to approve Resolution 2026-50. And it was seconded by? Anyone? Seconded by Councilmember Popkin. Okay. Go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to basically ditto what Councilmember Kalkofer said last time on this. And so if there were concerns or reasons to vote against, I'd appreciate for the sake of just understanding the rationale, if those are willing to share.
Yeah, I mean, it's their prerogative if they want to share, but your opinion, your vote is your opinion. So see no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries 6-1 with Mayor Pro Tem McCoy in opposition. And we are now on to item E, Resolution 2026-52, and that was pulled by Councilmember Marcin. It's to vote for a different? Okay, yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, because as I mentioned before, I am a signatory on the executive committee of the ballot measure. I cannot be nonpartisan or non-biased on any measure of this. I will be recusing myself from the vote. I'm going to go get a Coke Zero, and I'll see you guys later.
See you later. Okay, so can I have a motion to, once he leaves, to approve or Resolution 2026-52? Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to explain the motion I'm going to make in a moment before I make it. I firmly believe that like the whole point of putting something on the ballot is that the voters can decide. And you know, maybe some folks are more comfortable with taking a position on council for ballot measures. This is the first time that I've been on council when we've had ballot measures up for discussion. And so I respect that there could be different approaches to this. But I'd like to offer a procedural suggestion regardless of what your perspective on the topic is actually for this. And that's based on extensive public feedback that I've received over the last year and a half. Regardless of our decision tonight, this is going to be a long ballot for voters. And the feedback I've overwhelmingly heard from residents and businesses is that they did not appreciate when the city put multiple tax increases on the same ballot in 2023. And I know that is not the city, this is not the city putting multiple on. We have partly learned that lesson. We are putting one measure on, that's the public safety tax. All of those failed in 2023, and that reinforced that public input for me. Accordingly, I'd like to suggest that we actually table all of the resolutions that are at least financial, but I would probably suggest for consistency's sake, we table all of the resolutions that are currently on the consent agenda until the second meeting in September. That will be my motion in a moment. So that we can have a full picture of everything that's going on voters' ballots. I'd much prefer to discuss what ballot issues we're supporting as a council and as a city or encouraging voters to support. Especially when there's a proposed tax increase, and then we can consider this all among the proposed tax increases. If we support all of them, we're not helping voters understand the sense of priority. If we support none of them, we're not helping voters understand the sense of priority. I also want to be clear, this is not an effort to stall or block any particular resolution. This happens to be the first one of 3 tonight, so that's why I'm bringing it up now for consistency's sake. I just want to make sure that we're casting our votes and encouraging people to cast certain votes if that is the direction that this council decides, with the full context of the ballot measures that are proposed. So I guess I will not make my motion yet because I see other mics on.
Well, was yours and yeah, that's what.
Oh, then
okay.
I will make the
Yes.
motion to table this resolution, and I would intend to do it for the remaining 2 as well until the second regular business meeting of September.
Okay, so the motion has been made to table this resolution. Who was seconding it? Okay, Councilmember Christ has seconded this. Then I do see names in the queue. I do wanted to, because I was trying to think of time, because there's a point in where, and I just go back to how Eugene described it, the Wild West, and then and then the vampire, like we have to kind of our opinions then are no longer, we cannot talk about it, we cannot weigh in. So there's a window of time when we are allowed to state an opinion, pass a resolution, and then there's a point in time during this process where we can no longer. Is that, yes, go ahead.
Maybe I can help with this a little bit while they're
Yes.
while they're grabbing Eugene.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
I think the window of time that at least from my perspective is that if the city council decides that they'd like to take a position of support, the only place that we can share that information is in our customary and regular publications, which in this case is the City Line document.
Yes.
The City Line document's deadline is tomorrow. And so if you want for this to be printed or some version of it, I think we're just going to say you've supported something and you can come back and look at it.
Yes, yeah.
You know, that is one deadline. But as far as you being able to speak about ballot issues, those prohibitions really apply to staff and not to elected officials.
Okay.
So with that tee-up, I'll turn it back over to Eugene. But you can take
as
you can
far
take
as a
support-
formal resolution. That's
You
what I
can-
wanted to make sure.
Yes,
'cause
you can take support resolutions. You can speak individually to support or oppose particular ballot issues. That's completely up to council. And as elected officials, you have that exemption. City staff, however, once you set the ballot titles, are no longer just able to spend any public money or any public time
So then,
supporting or opposing.
if we table this and then we pass it at a later time, are you still allowed then to dedicate time to put it on the city line?
It would be too
promote
late
this?
to put it in any kind of promotional piece because the
Okay.
ballots come out on October
Yes,
15th or
yeah.
so. And the city line that you're trying to hit is the September city line.
And that's
so-
where my reservation lies, but,
Or the October, actually, you're hitting the October city line.
Yeah.
So some people
Yeah,
will miss
'cause
those
it
resolutions
takes-
in the first place, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the only
And
consideration.
that's-
As far as you all taking a position, that is a timeless, there's no time bound to that.
Yes.
And I'll make sure I'm correct there, Mr. Attorney.
Sounded all good.
perfect, thank you.
She's basically
So-
quoting from Fair Campaign Practices Act.
Thank you. And so that's why I will not be supporting to table it, because then it puts us at that, past that deadline. Councilmember Kalkofer?
Thank you, Mayor. I am in favor of tabling it because we don't quite yet know if COCO is going to be on the ballot. And before all of these, we are looking at them individually, not collectively. And before we've already put our stamp on it by sending them to the ballot. So I'm in favor of tabling it until we see the total picture of the impact of what we're expecting our community.
Okay. And just so you know, then we can no longer ask staff to put that out there.
In City
for
Line,
us.
correct.
In City Line.
That's
And
right.
I would like it out there. Councilmember Christ?
Well, thank you, Mayor. And in the interest of time, I'll say that I pulled E, F, and G for the same reasons, in that on principle, I feel that we should not be taking a position on how people should vote. I think we've put it on the ballot, but it's up to the voter to do their due diligence and to assess how they feel about voting for it. I don't feel like we need a resolution supporting and basically asking people to vote for it.
Okay, thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with you. I think that it's important that this one's already on the ballot, but I still think that getting it in the city line shows that. I think it's important that community members understand that.
Okay.
And I'll be supporting the other ones as well.
Yes, and the other piece I wanted to point out before I call the last person in the queue was the reason why I brought these three forward is because they're more localized in all the conversations that I've had at the state and national level, and it's really going to now come up to communities to help prioritize and determine what is needed for our communities, where we're setting the guidelines, the barriers. We are managing those checks and balances within our own structure. I think about public safety, that particular piece, the amount of money that our public safety is having to spend on personnel, oversight, administration, because of legislation that passed at the state and federal level. So then we are tasked, and that's putting officers out of their duties to work with people with severe mental illness, and work with our core team and getting people out there for folks who need that. And my stance on this particular piece, because we have had to depend. And you know what? Sadly, this is the structure of our nation. This is how we have, I've had a conversation with the governor, and it was like, well, you want to fund more prisons, just so you know, all of us Colorado Mad Moms who've had kids going through the mental health system. the fracture in that piece has now trickled to public safety. Because if we can't get care for our kids with severe mental illness, our family members, our loved ones with severe mental illness, and we cannot get that care, continuum of care through the health insurance side, through the medical and mental health side, what are we tasked to do? Call 911. When you call 911, who comes out? An officer. So we are making sure by having something like this, being able to promote that us as a body support this initiative, support early intervention like childcare. And I realized we're not talking about public safety, we're talking about this resolution. So I'm going to take us back to this one, that we are taking a localized, proactive approach to meet the needs of our constituents here. And the reason why I want to have this at this time is so then we can advertise, so that city can advertise that yes, we support, we find the needs for these more localized initiatives, so we can, so the voters know where we stand. I mean, we hear it all the time. Where do you stand on this? Where do you stand on this? And so here's an opportunity to show where we stand. Councilmember Prieto, you took your name out? Okay. Okay. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I fully respect everything you were just saying. And again, my motion tonight was non-substantive. It was, and I get that from your perspective, there's a consequence. I think from my perspective, there's also a consequence if we are putting our thumb on the scale when we don't even know what the scale fully looks like. And that's what we don't know yet. I don't know what the full ballot's going to look like. I want to just be able to say whatever decision that we recommend is in the full context of what the whole ballot looks like. And that's where I'm coming at this from. Again, this is not on this particular substantive topic of the early childhood education. It's not related to the public safety or the open space. I just think we should know what the ballot's going to look like before we put our thumb on the scale and offer guidance to voters based on our informed perspectives for the very reasons you just stressed.
Okay.
So,
yep. And do not forget that currently, until after tonight, early childhood priority is one of our council objectives. So, Councilmember Prieto.
Thank you, Mayor. I absolutely see where Councilmember Popkin's coming from, and he makes a very strong and valid point. What we don't want is for voters not to vote anything in. And so I'm curious, if this moves tonight and it goes into city line, if the city could add some communication around kind of that concern regarding, like, the city understands that there's going to be multiple issues on the ballot, and sometimes that could discourage, sometimes the outcome could be that people don't vote anything in, but really just encouraging residents to, if they're not for a majority of them, to at least consider, just kind of some verbiage around that concern, just to kind of remind residents that, hey, there's going to be a lot on the ballot and you can still vote something in, but, even if you feel like there's too much there. So I don't know.
No, I appreciate that. I can work with Sandy and we could see.
And just
These
saying,
are
like-
relevant, these particular ones are germane to our priorities.
Yeah.
And
And
so-
maybe the communication
yeah.
can be like, council understands that this is going to be a lot of pressure on homeowners, residents, etc. So not just the position that we're taking, but also kind of that piece of, really talking to the residents to explain where we're at, why we're supporting, but also we understand maybe some of the concerns.
And certainly in the resolutions themselves, the very last line is that the city council really encourages voters to be aware of what they're voting for and to really take their time and research. So we could certainly add some verbiage around that. Yeah, I mean, the resolutions themselves basically say this is why you're supporting it, this is what it is, this is why you support it, and we encourage voters to, obviously do their own research.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. And then, is this your second time? Okay, Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. And while I personally support all three of these, including ECE, I can't vote to to put these through without seeing the total impact of what we're expecting our residents to pay. I have to see how much, if all of these pass, what burden we're going to put on the residents before we put this out to our community. So I know Colorado Cocoa, they're going to be voting on Friday whether or not to put that on the ballot. So I need to see what the impact is going to be by us saying yes to all of these, because we're only talking about them individually. And even though I support ECE, even though I support the public safety tax, I really need to see the totality of what we're expecting our residents to pony up.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. And this one is to table this. Okay, and that motion fails with 3, so 3 in support, 3 including myself, Mayor Pro Tem, and Councilmember Prieto in opposition, and 1 recusal. So do I have a motion now for Resolution 2026-52? Councilmember Popkin.
You don't have a motion yet, Mayor, because I wanted to flag. So we're at there are 6 people right now for this one, and
Yes.
I wanted to be clear that I don't. My suggestion was because of the, well, to quote Councilmember Kalka, for the totality of kind of the
Yes.
decision. I do want to be clear for council here. If there was a motion to approve this resolution and it's split 3-3, it fails.
Yes.
And so then we don't take a position.
We don't
at
take
all.
a position at all. Yes.
And so I
Okay.
just want to be clear for my colleagues that also could be a consequence here if that is important to you.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Can I have a motion, please? Okay, so the motion has been made to pass Resolution 2026-52, and the motion has been seconded by Councilmember Prieto. Seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that fails. 3 in favor and 3 in opposition, with Councilmember Christ, Councilmember Popkin, and Councilmember Kalkofer in opposition. So we will no longer be taking a stance on Resolution 2026, the early childhood resolution. Now we're on to item F that was pulled by Councilmember Christ. Oh, yep, and come on down. We did. Okay, go
Thank
ahead.
you, Mayor. As I previously said, I will not be moving this resolution forward because, again, I feel that we should not be taking a position and telling voters how to vote on it. I do think I did have some feedback that we really don't have enough time to educate the public in terms of this resolution or in terms of this initiative, this taxing initiative. I guess I believe that, but whatever you put out is what
Okay.
the voters will get. So I'm opposed to it on principle.
Okay, do we have a motion for, okay, so the motion has been made to approve Resolution 2026-53, and I will go ahead and second that. And now we have some names in the queue. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I will reiterate the exact same concerns that I flagged before. We no longer have a 6-person council for the vote. We have a 7-person, so that could change the outcome here. But I'm really hopeful that if this is important to folks, that we can actually have this conversation when we have the full context and then be able to actually vote to put the things that we deem are important on the ballot. And so I was hoping we could again have a conversation on tabling this, having seen the previous outcome and where multiple fellow council members are on this.
Okay, and, and thank you for that. And considering that this now is not a county one, it's even more localized, it is a city ballot measure, I think it's very appropriate that we get this on the city line and we show support for this measure that we passed to put on the ballot. Councilmember Prieto.
Well, given the last one failed, now I'm concerned that we are taking a position of some over others.
Okay.
And even though that's not the case for anybody who's
Yes.
following and understands what
Yes.
happens, now that it goes on the city line, it's going to look like council only approves these and doesn't approve the others. And so just something that I want council to think
Okay.
about and consider. And it just kind of puts me as a counselor in a hard space because I feel like the previous one was very important. And I
Yes,
don't want
it
this
was.
to
Mhm.
come across as, well, city council only approves this one and is backing this one, because that's not the case. Now, given
And
I
I'm
hear
looking at
other-
London Lyle over there.
given that I hear other councils' concerns regarding tabling it, it doesn't look like with the timeline that
Yeah,
was
we
really an
can't.
option. And
Yeah.
so now we're kind of between a rock and a hard place. And I don't know how we can go about like letting the public, I don't know. I don't know how
Okay.
we can go about letting the public know that childcare is just as important as our public safety tax.
Yeah, I mean, unless, of course, the prevailing side makes a motion to reconsider. So that is an option out there. Councilmember Marsing.
Thank you, Mayor. Having absolutely no idea what
Yeah,
the previous
the
conversation
context.
was about at all.
And you might not be happy about it.
Well, I know I was just going to mention, I think the time to consider whether or not these resolutions should have existed in principle was when the mayor made the motion to bring them forward, which we all, I think with one exception, voted for. We voted to allow these resolutions to come forward. That was the time to have this discussion, not now. That is my opinion. So I agree largely that I too am somewhat uncomfortable with us saying that we are, the act of putting the resolution on the ballot, in my opinion, is the act of us saying, we would like you to do this, voters, please support this. But the ability to explain and help the community understand at large our logic for those that are not engaged in the conversation as a community makes sense to me as well. I will be reluctantly supporting this, knowing that had we wanted to have this discussion, the time would have been 2 weeks ago.
Okay, great. Thank you. And is this your third or second? First. Oh, I've heard you a lot. There you go. Go
Yes.
ahead.
And I have a question for Sandy. Sandy, I know, the timeline for City Line, if we don't do this now, passes. But are there other avenues where we can, as a council, talk about this? City Line is important to me, but I don't know how many people, truly read it. Is there other places that we can voice our support if we table this at a future time?
Certainly, we can put that information on the website. That's the other information that's usual and customary, but we probably would not do like a press release or something like that, because that's not what we've done in the past. That's not a normal kind of communication channel for reporting city council things. But we could certainly put it on the website. We could certainly inform those who are interested in supporting or opposing, however you go with all the different ballot issues, that the city of Longmont, the city council has supported it. There's certainly some ways that we can get that information out.
So I'm pleading that we reconsider to table this until we have the total impact of everything that's on the ballot.
Okay, I see no one else in the queue. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries 4-3 with Councilmember Chris, Councilmember Popkin, and Councilmember Kolkoffer in opposition. And we are now on to item G, Councilmember Christ. Okay, and then can we please limit side conversations so we can hear her?
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, I can't.
Well, so take 3, I guess. Same thing. We have. Okay, this is the
Okay.
open space one.
Yes.
But same thing. And I think the next available meeting is September 8th. So that isn't that far off when you think of when the ballots are going out, if we can put it on the website.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. So do I have a motion? So we have a motion to accept Resolution 2026-4 54. Do I have a second? I will second it. And see no one else in the queue. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries 5-2 with Councilmember Chris and Councilmember Popkin in opposition. So thank you. And that is it for items pulled. Is that correct? Yeah, I think you were the last one. So now we are on to general business, but I am going to ask, do we need a 5-minute break? Yeah, I've seen some nods. Yeah, I bet you are good. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. We are now on general business item A, Resolution 2026-55, a resolution for the City of Longmont, City Council establishing the fee for cash in lieu of water right transfers. Okay, and it says invite Chris Huffer, Water Waste Services Director. And Wes Lowry. Okay.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'm Wes Lowry, Water Resource Manager for the City of Longmont. I'd like to give a quick overview of Longmont's cash in lieu of water rights program. To begin, I would like to start with a brief history of cash in lieu. Originally formed in 1963 as an advisory board to City Council, the Longmont Water Board actively helps to ensure that raw water supply for future of Longmont through application of its raw water requirement policy. This cornerstone policy has helped the city to develop an extremely dependable water supply Longmont currently enjoys. As part of the raw water requirement policy, development activity is required to provide the city with 3 acre-feet of water per acre of land prior to development commencing. While this is normally accomplished through dedication of water rights, To assist the development community, the city offers an opportunity to provide cash instead of actual water supply. This is known as the Cash in lieu of Water Rights program. This funding then allows Longmont to acquire water rights and develop water supplies sufficient for these development activities. Following the creation of Longmont Water Board and the development of the raw water requirement policy, the first cash in lieu payment was received in 1965. Originally, this fee was based solely upon the price of Colorado Big Thompson project water. In 2013, the CBT price began to skyrocket, and it was determined that a more holistic approach that looked at the actual cost of providing a full acre foot of water to the city's water rights portfolio be used. In 2022, this cost was focused primarily on Longmont's Windy Gap Water and corresponding firming project. Now that construction of Chimney Hollow Reservoir is complete, moving forward, it is suggested that cash in lieu should refocus on future elements identified in Longmont's Raw Water Master Plan. Longmont's Raw Water Master Plan is another cornerstone document for Longmont. This plan has identified several future opportunities for which funds collected from cash in lieu might be used. These include water rights acquisitions, water right change cases, water conservation programs, and look at future structural elements such as Union Reservoir enlargement and pump back pipeline, as well as the potential for Ralph Price Reservoir enlargement. Next, I want to briefly review the criteria used and evaluated when setting the fee for cash in lieu of water rights received. The raw water requirement policy section of the Longmont Municipal Code states, Water Board's recommendation to council on the fee for cash in lieu of water rights received shall consider the current cost of new water supply projects identified in the city's raw water master plan, the current market value associated with the purchase of units of Colorado Big Thompson project water, and the current market value of non-historical native basin water rights identified in the raw water requirement policy. Water supply projects identified in Longmont's raw water master plan include structural elements such as Union Reservoir pump back pipeline, Union Reservoir enlargement, and Ralph Price Reservoir enlargement. Non-structural elements include purchase of additional CBT units and native basin water rights. Unfortunately, there is extremely limited financial transaction information for native basin water rights. And although CBT information is more readily available, the price associated with it has fluctuated dramatically over the years. This graph reflects how quickly CBT transaction prices have changed over time. Having a focus on cost associated with identified structural elements that help increase Longmont water supply is therefore recommended. Next, I want to quickly describe the cash in lieu fee setting process. Staff, Water Board, especially over the past 5 years, has spent considerable time and effort evaluating how the process for evaluating and determining the fee for cash in lieu is considered. During that effort, council recommended that this consideration include cash in lieu being changed at a time that is consistent with other fee changes, that limit the volatility of fee changes, and provide the development community time to plan for changes that may affect their particular development proposal. Building upon existing structural elements of prior construction cost, Water Board in June of this year looked at a composite of these indexes as a basis for adjusting the most current information Longmont has regarding construction projects identified in the Raw Water Master Plan. These collective indexes take a more holistic and comprehensive evaluation of all costs associated with large storage construction projects such as a future Union Reservoir enlargement. This adjusted composite index suggests a 5.7% increase for cash in lieu over the past 18 months, which was the last time cash in lieu was adjusted and is warranted. So, consistent with prior direction, staff and Water Board make the following recommendation. To adjust the fee for cash in lieu of water rights received to $63,000 per acre foot, and for that adjustment to become effective January 1st, 2027. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them at this time. Thank you.
Okay. do we have any questions from council? Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Wes, Chris, thank you so much for the work on this. I have a question for you both, and then maybe a question for our liaison to the Water Board as well. Is this cash in lieu, Wes, we emailed briefly about this, but I wanted to parse this out a little bit further. Is the cash in lieu set up to discourage growth that cannot provide required water rights?
The answer is no. It's
Okay.
not set up to discourage development. It's actually, I think the cash in lieu fee that we have is to try to help the developers be able to have a method whereby they can satisfy their deficits.
And by deficits, you're referring to like a deficit in existing water rights that they have on their property.
Correct. So before any lands can be annexed and developed in Longmont, they must first satisfy not less than 3 acre-feet of water per acre of land.
Or pay the cash in lieu.
And one alternative to doing that is either acquiring acceptable non-historical water rights or paying cash in lieu.
Or what was the
non-historical water rights? So historical water rights are transferred at time of annexation. That's per city code, per raw water requirement policy. And if the credit for that historical water was not sufficient to provide 3 acre-feet per acre, the remaining deficit is made up at platting, and that can be done either through the transfer of non-historical water rights, which are specifically outlined in the raw water requirement policy, or they can do cash in lieu.
Thank you. And then to what extent is this cash in lieu related to our efforts to incentivize water efficiency? Or is that like entirely orthogonal or unrelated to our efficiency efforts?
Yeah, good question. So the cash in lieu is used to help support our water conservation program efforts. It supports that through many of the different programs that we have with our water conservation program.
Gotcha. Thank you. And then maybe a question for our city council liaison to the Water Board. Just curious how some of the discussions with the Water Board have gone over the years as you've been exploring kind of the cash in lieu process and kind of what its purpose is.
Okay, and typically, we want to direct our comments to the chair. I'm like, how do we do this? But Councilmember Chris, would you like to weigh in as
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, as a member, a liaison to the Water Board? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And I was going to lead with thank you, Mayor. Yes, to Councilor Popkins' concerns or questions. The Water Board has been discussing this for at least a year and a half, if not 2 years, as a way to make it more dependable for developers to know what they would have to pay. And after much discussion, and there's a lot of knowledge on that board, Wes came up with a metric that we could use that incorporates several different layers of water transactions. And we feel that it's really quite fair to developers, but also protects the city in terms of cost to procure the water. Does that answer your concerns or questions?
Okay, do we have anyone else in the queue? Can I have a motion to approve the resolution as presented? So the motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy, seconded by Councilmember Christ. Seeing no one else in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that item carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we are now on to item B, City Council Action Plan, email organization, and boards and commission, board and commission feedback. And so we have Assistant City Manager Sandy Cedar, who will be. Do you have a slide, presentation, or?
Mayor, we have a couple of things to show you,
Okay.
but primarily
Yeah.
what was in the packet, which was a very
Yes.
brightly colored work plan for you to
Yes.
be able to take a look at. We decided to go ahead and print it out so it might be more readable, but it doesn't actually
No,
look a
it's
whole lot more
really
readable.
tiny.
so we'll throw it up on the screen and see.
Perfect.
what we can roll here. So what we did was we put together a few pieces from the council communication. So there's no new information. The three things that we're talking about today is the council action plan, determine if there was any more direction on council emails, and then also Dawn is going to help with some presentation on the feedback she got back from the boards and commissions on your next round of changes for boards and commissions. Okay. So the first thing, let me just explain this process. This is real small.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, it's all small. Yeah, there's not a great way to go through this, but let me at least start here. So you may remember that during the retreat, we asked some questions about things that were important to the council, things that you found to be necessary for the next round of the work plan. And then we committed to...
This would be all of it.
That's all of it. Okay. Yeah, that's all of it. It's actually not all of it. Some of the things were combined because they were similar, or these three things were talking about the same type of thing. But what we did is we took all the sticky notes that you'd put together before the retreat and then also at the retreat. I put all of those pieces together, categorized them into these categories in which you gave some feedback on last time. Yes. Around creating a strong sense of character and place in our community through innovative transportation and development, encouraging housing and neighborhood and human resilience, create economic and business ecosystem resilience, and then finally provide reliable and equitable core services for a resilient community. So I had taken all of your stickies, put them into these categories, plus a fifth one that we ended up incorporating into all of the other ones. You all gave me feedback on those category types. That's what you see here at the top. But we also recognize that some of these things that you put together really meet lots of goals. So we wanted to make sure you knew which one of these actions that you are asking for met many goals. And that's what this first section in the work plan is. This is the X's that you see. So for example, the first project here is First and Main. We also felt like a project like First and Main isn't that easy, and there are lots of components of First and Main. So we asked the staff who are in charge of these projects to break out some components. So in this case, the transit station, FRCC, rail, the streets, and the housing components, and then private development. So what you see is the gray is what you had on your sticky, and then the components underneath is what the staff laid out to show you the different pieces that are involved in this particular direction. The X's across the work plan show all of the different categories that this affects. And then Harold asked our staff to rate these to determine not only who's involved, which departments are involved, but what is the complexity, executive impact, financial impact, and staff resources of the various items. So you'll see that First and Main is an all-in kind of effort from almost every department, and probably every department, but not every component is. So this way you can start to see these are the different components that have either less complexity or less executive work or less, maybe it's less cost or something to that effect. And that's what the gradations mean. We also wanted to make sure that you got to see what's the last thing that happened in this particular arena and what's the next step. There are a couple things that have no last step because we're just getting started on them because they were your ideas at the retreat. And that's how this whole thing is laid out. I recognize it looks pretty dang big, but what we're looking for today is approval of the action plan, of the work plan. Until that happens, council doesn't have the priorities or the work plans approved, and the city staff, even though we're still working on a lot of these things, because like First and Main has a lot of deadlines, for example, and airport visioning, you've brought up separate pieces for the airport, but that's one of the work plan items, et cetera, et cetera. So staff wants to make sure that we're on the right track around what the steps that we're taking, that we've heard what it is that the council finds to be important. What you won't find on here is a prioritization. And that's certainly something we may need to delve into more.
Yeah, if I can jump in, I think one of the questions was when we look at the individual components, it's like, where's the meat on the bones for some of these individual components? And the hard part is really, we need to understand what the priority is in terms of these major components. How would you rank them as the policy-making body? Because that's really going to then inform how we put the meat, the muscle, you start with the bones, we then add the muscle, we add everything else. Because without a priority, it's incredibly hard for us to start layering those components in, because the reality is, you can see on the top section of this when we talk about core services, and those are 10s across the board. The reality for us is, and we talked about this in the retreat, is that probably 95% of what we do is keeping the lights on. And
the water flowing.
And the water flowing and the trash collected. And in the mix of that, you know, we constantly have issues that develop in the core service function that take a lot of time because we're having to react to those. And they can be public safety issues. It could be challenges that we're having at our parks. It could be vandalism issues.
And infrastructure
issues. You know, throw a big water leak in there and that can really cause an organization to pivot. So just within the core services, on a daily basis, we're moving in terms of where we're putting our resources and what we need to focus on. When you combine that and you look at the legal component, a lot of times on the legal side, we don't drive those issues. It could be lawsuits and other things coming into the system that's taking capacity. And so, you know, when you anchor off of that concept in the core services and what we're here to do, and then you look at this, really adding that next layer of information is really what we need is a prioritization of these major topics. And putting them in ranked order. There's some overlap amongst them, and we may pull from this into this project, but understanding the council's priority on the major components really allows us to then slide into the next step and then actually create deliverables for you all. It's impossible for us to create deliverables on all of these based on the volume of work that's here. Now I can create a schedule that looks out over the next year and 2 years and 3 years to kind of set those things in motion. But to say we're going to do all of this in a year, what I will tell you is the opportunity for failure increases dramatically trying to take on all of this work at once, and the ability to actually complete anything becomes even more of a challenge for us. So would like to see some prioritization on these major topics.
Okay. And Harold, when you say the major topics, you don't mean the categories in
No,
the
I
top.
mean
You
the gray.
like first and main.
Yeah, first and main,
Yeah.
the gray, the sections, the major sections that are highlighted in gray.
And of course, it does make sense based on the facilitation that there's lots of things on here because it was brainstorming. There was lots of ideas. And
Yeah.
So we're looking to make sure that we're first of all in the right direction, and then second of all, if there's any way that you'd like to move forward to prioritize, we could also do that in a different session. But make sure that we're on the right path.
Yeah.
And then the other piece of that is just, you know, approving that. We will bring back not only the last step and the next step kind of as a regular update for City Council, but also any metrics and other things
Right.
depending on where we go. So.
Okay, and yeah, and what you captured was very thorough. And I really, really love the color coding where you did the complexity, the executive impact. So categorizing those as well as us really seeing the number of red. So, I mean, and so this is, so when, you know, I start getting stressed out about, you know, emails to staff and, you know, and there are cities that do not, I've had a chance to talk to other mayors where council members are not allowed to interface with staff. It has to go to the mayor and the city city manager, and then they determine if it's deemed relevant to pass on. I don't like that. I don't want to serve as a gatekeeping, and that even serves as more work. And in a time when we don't have that public trust, it goes in the opposite direction. But you know, when I really want council to be cognizant of all those impacts, the number of hours that it takes to thoughtfully and thoroughly respond to questions that even might lead to research time and toggling on that line of giving a direction, and know that while they're doing that, and because you know I see you all want to please us. It's like, you know, just tell us no. Just tell us no. I'm not going to hurt my feelings. But looking at how many hands are in, how many departments are in each of these major projects and other ideas that we have, and how that weighs, and then members of the public who say, you know, oh, well, you're not moving fast enough, and I'm like, well, look at all the red. you know, if you look at how much work goes into, you know, a single project and who all plays a role in that. And I think taking time is important. And I mean, that's how we create the best outcome. So I do thank you very much for itemizing it that way. And I'm hoping that we can hone in on what our priorities. There was something, and I do want to point this out to the rest of council, that in the last, when it was Councilmember Waters was still on the council, Councilmember Martin was still on council, that when we had the sugar mill, that, okay, yes, it's a priority, but as opportunities lend itself. So you notice that as things happen, there might be an opportunity that presents itself that maybe wasn't in one of our priorities early on, but it's one of those things that, you know what, if the opportunity presents itself, let's bump that up on the priority meter. So, you know, something to think about as well, if there's like one thing or two things on here that maybe we could just kind of put on hold because there's nothing happening. But if it comes to us, that we can act, that we as a council can kind of just be okay that, oh, if it's the sugar mill, let's go ahead and prioritize that. But now I'm going to throw it all out to you guys. Councilmember Prieto.
Thank you, Mayor. Sandy, I'm open to any type of like session, like additional session to discuss these, or if you want to do like a prioritization survey thingy where we rate and then you guys take that. We can do something like that. I'm open to whatever. I think all of them would be great. Two things I wanted to mention. One, as far as childcare goes, I think what's listed here could look a lot different if the Brighter Start initiative passes in November, because then they're going to be tackling specific things within the community and areas, and then maybe we could come in and make up the difference in the areas that maybe they're not addressing, whether it's the at-home care. I mean, there's a multitude of things. I know that the Brighter Start initiative tackles like making sure that we have people who are trained, making sure that we're helping folks open up centers, and then also making sure that we are assisting people with subsidies who can't afford the full cost. So I think, and I would like to get your opinion on this as well, Councilmember Marsing. This could be like a priority issue, but kind of on the back burner for a minute until we see what happens there, and then we can adjust how that looks, because there's a lot of specific named things in these priorities which may not be relevant come after November or somewhere in the near future. So there's that, and then one moment before you answer that, Councilmember Marsing. So as something else opens up, then that can kind of take that place is kind of my proposal or suggestion there. In addition to that, I wanted to just name that one of my big sticky notes, and I should have just bought a big sticky note because just to emphasize how important this was to me as a council member, and pretty much like one of the main reasons I ran and reasons I got involved in just government and city and community is knowing how important our safety net is in general. And I don't see like anything specific, and I could be wrong because this is very small lettering. And to everybody who doesn't know me personally, I'm supposed to be wearing my glasses, so shame on me. But, well, there's the gray, so it says support, but I don't see anything specifically around really making sure that we are looking at all of these aspects and ensuring that organizations or the city is meeting these needs. I want to make sure that that's not missed. And in addition, especially when we're talking about the human service funding, I don't think that our human service team ever came back with a solid solution on how we're going to reduce the amount of agencies applying so that we can get to that place. And what I would hate is for that to kind of float further away and us not really get to the heart of that matter, which is so important. Also, with that being said, as far as the funding goes, just recent reports, we have organizations in the community right now that are longstanding organizations that are in really difficult spots that could potentially go away. And so really bringing this to the forefront of this section and making sure that us as a city are thinking about, okay, if someone needs food, where are they going? Okay, we know that they have community food share. We know if they're a senior, they can go to the senior center. If they need utilities, where are they going? If they need childcare, where are they going? And making sure we're asking those questions and looking at those safety net resources, that they are here in Longmont, that they are being supported by the city and prioritized in our funding. I think that's huge out of a lot of it. So I just wanted to emphasize that. And then lastly, this is going to go, I wanted to mention it, and it's going to go hand in hand with the parent council conversation that we're about to have. There are some things on here where parent council could potentially tie into if we decide not to go that direction. And so I just wanted to put a plug in there and have that conversation maybe when that comes up. And that's it.
And so Sandy, so I'm looking at the website, and if you go into community resources, it has a list of food pantry services, their numbers, their times. So it does provide that itemized list around mental health recovery, homeless prevention, resources for people experiencing homelessness, additional resources. And then we've had conversations with Eliberto, and they've presented, I guess, how would that, I'm trying to visualize, as far as a priority of our council and our policies, is there room to have further alteration of policy, or is this a I'm asking, from your experience, your background, what are your thoughts?
I certainly
surrounding
think
this?
so. The area that you're speaking of in the work plan, the draft work plan, is around strengthening community resilience.
Yes.
And really dealing with
Yes.
things like mental health, food security, childcare, transportation, and housing
Yeah.
services. Under this, we do have an action around continuing to leverage city dollars for food security, because this was a specific item that came from the council. But if you wanted to add one to continue to have that conversation about health and human service funding, we could certainly add that as one of these components, because certainly that's the policy area that would be
Yeah, because
appropriate for council.
that's what comes to mind is when Christina and Eliberto come forward and they share the presentation. So
Yes.
if we could continue that conversation, when they come annually to us. And I've had conversations with Christina over this for several years, and even with Carmen, about the service stacking, and we're encouraging nonprofits to work together if they're serving a
And that one is in here too, provide support and coordination
Yeah,
for
yeah,
annual or semi-annual
yes.
summit for
So
safety net providers to kind of keep people pulled together.
So, if maybe
We'll
if
just-
if those pieces align with what you're saying, we could put a little asterisk
Certainly,
or
we can-
something that,
we can certainly add a component.
definitely. Or just have it embedded in those two sections that you pointed out.
So-
Of course, yeah.
So to be clear, this is your work plan.
Yeah.
This is your work plan, so to
Uh-huh.
be clear, is that bringing the health and human service funding into this, because it really sets in multiple subcategories, if you look
Mhm.
at it. Is this something the council wants us to bring in and add to it? And it may be we highlight health and human service funding evaluation, but you're gonna see it in multiple subcategories. But I really
Mhm.
want to hear from the council, is that something that you all want to add to this?
Okay.
If there's a yes to that, give me a thumbs up.
Give us.
Are we ready
easy.
are we ready to give a thumbs up, or we need some more think time? Let's
Just for this edition is all I'm
for
asking.
this particular
edition.
Yeah. So I think, just let's put a pin in it, and then we'll come back to that. And I do want to hear from other council people too, because as we're starting to prioritize and weigh, do we want to be adding more or rethinking the language on some of these as well?
And I'd be happy to send out kind of a survey or some kind of an
I like
instrument,
that
if that's
idea.
how you all would like to start a prioritization process.
Okay.
Again, we can put a pin in that too, and
Yeah.
through the conversation.
Because it could be 7 different ways of prioritizing, and
Yes,
none of them are the same.
I'm happy to set that up for you if it's the direction you'd like to go.
So small.
Yeah.
Right, for me too.
Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. And that was actually going to be my initial suggestion when I turned my light on initially, was kind of to Councilmember Prieto's comment, kind of a point system. Hey, 1 to 10, how many points are you throwing at this project? For each of us, cumulative points, these are the things that scored the highest, like in each individual project. I feel that, and then probably a pre-session conversation to sort through where everything's at and make sure we're comfortable. That to me feels like the best process. If it's amenable to everybody, council priority points. Mayor, I did want to mention my fellow council member, a couple of points. As the HHSAB liaison, I do want to point out just for everybody in this conversation, HHSAB did take our direction to work to set that cap specifically, and they did the 2-tiered process that we asked of them, which was basically kind of arbitrary cap followed by standard deviation. They set that, the number off the top of my head is escaping me on exactly what they set that at, but they did set that, to Councilmember Prieto's concern, in a way that I'm fairly confident will give us a smaller number of overall applications, quality over quantity and that kind of conversation that we had. So I'm confident we're going to get there. I do want to mention on the early childhood question, not that I'm aware of anything that happened earlier this evening, but I will say it is in our action plan currently to support that ballot measure, and I would just like to point that out.
I said it.
So what I will say to the question of holding off whether Brighter Start passes or not, I think the need in Longmont is unique and doesn't go away. There are FFN concerns that the Brighter Start plan gets to but doesn't fully meet. So I can't support the idea of any action plan that does not prioritize that for our families now, regardless of whether Brighter Start gets there. Because the Brighter Start process is going to take, if it passes, we're talking probably 18 months until we see serious distribution of those dollars. There would likely have to be an RFP process for a provider of those of the subsidy. There's a whole gap that exists. So my term could be up by the time we fully see the impact of that. So I would just mention that, and I would very much like to see a survey that we can, sort through later. I think us wedding planning this up here is probably not a good idea, especially with another item that we have to get to here shortly.
Sure. I am going to point out I've never seen a list this long, and I've been on council the longest here. You guys.
So some context, I think if we could hear from council, yes, we're good with this list, we could even, then we put a pin in this, then we send the survey out to you all where then you rank it.
Okay.
But I think there's a point of, this was your information that we put into the list.
Mm-hmm.
If you're good with this, then we'll move forward with the survey, and then we'll bring it back in terms of the ranking.
Okay.
And to be clear, what the survey does, it means as we start moving through projects, I'll just use First and Main, there's a point between that where we'll release some people from work, but then we'll bring other people into work, but it's not the same people. And if we understand the priority and it's the person that we're releasing from this project that actually fits in the next priority, then that's where we start managing that workflow in terms of keeping things moving, but knowing how we move through the order.
Okay.
Just to give some context. How the survey will work and how we will then operationalize it.
Okay. Very good. And I do appreciate, council comments and feedback on this, because then that's going to help inform my decision as we're going through the ranking. So, and probably so you all can have context as well. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. So would you all fall out of your chairs if I said, let's just put that first transit hub, let's just table it?
There would be a few issues with that. Some contractual obligations with that.
Yeah.
We have some contracts in play.
Yeah. Okay, so when I'm looking at like 1 through 7, that's already underway. We're making progress. Maybe, we're talking about financing. We're kind of still at the beginning, but I think Molly said we'll be breaking ground on some of that. And when we're also looking at downtown projects 12 through 17, some of that is the Safety and Justice Center. So I guess what I would like to see is when is the completion date for that? Because I feel like we're already in it. We're just at the, running to the finish line. And of course, the First and Main, we just have to continue plugging along. But 8 through 11, I don't see that as a big priority and something we could tackle immediately, like this, at the end of this year. I'm thinking like next year or the year after. Because look at all those red squares in there. That takes a lot of staff. Okay, so then let's move down onto 18. Innovative transportation. I think most of these areas we just need to fine tune. For instance, we got the e-bike share started, but it's all very centralized downtown, so it doesn't really add to our transportation system. Like there's nothing out in my ward, there's really nothing far out in Ward 3 either. So if you want to get downtown, you have to be downtown to rent one of those bikes. So I see it as more of a, if you're staying at the Hotel Longmont, then you can tool around town and I think it'll build from there. But so I just think we need to fine tune it. I don't know if that is, it started and we need to stay on top of it, but I don't know if there's more that staff needs to do with it right now, and except for help monitor and push it to being more of a transportation system. Let's see. I think 24, create an enhanced Ride Longmont and other microtransit system. I think we've added on to Ride Longmont, haven't we? So maybe we just need to keep metrics on that, keep a pulse of how, and feedback, because I'm hearing that it's just not fast enough for seniors is what I'm hearing. But
And before you go on to the next list, I'm going to, it looked like Harold wanted to.
So I think when we get in this is a good example that when we look at the transportation and we look at things like Ride Longmont, that's going to be an ongoing initiative. And then we look at part of it is developing the northern BRT route north of Longmont, which is part of the overall plan that's connected to this. That's then where I need the point of needing the ranking, because it's a very small staff. And so while there's pieces that they're continuing to do, understanding the ranking lets me allocate that staff to really focus on projects. So individually, they may not look like a lot, but when you take a lot of individual projects and it's impacting 4 people, that's then when we start having issues of really finishing things and staying on point. And so that's why I kind of will send you the survey, because then once I get the survey, then we can start grouping these things and really then laying them out on a Gantt chart to really start showing the interplay between all of those items.
Okay, we're going to have more charts. I like it. Okay, 28, the airport. We have something scheduled for the 26th, which I think will kind of inform for the next year. But I also think, for instance, 31, the rates and charges schedule, I think we have to be in the budgeting process to kind of figure out what the money looks like. And we'll, of course, be discussing our financial policies at that time, too. So we'll be doing that between September and October, all of that category. 32, let's see, I was mostly looking at 34. I think we could actually have some help from outside developers and just bankers in general that could help if we're going to pursue for sale. So I don't know if that's something staff needs to do or if it's something that council needs to get busy and get some people with projects coming in here and presenting. So I think we're at the beginning of that. We've already talked about the child care, so I've marked some of these off as, we're waiting for Bright Start to be determined. Okay, now.
Councilmember Chris, that was time.
Oh,
so I'm
can I?
No, but you can put your name in the queue again, because I do want to give.
Number 2.
I'm going to give folks who haven't had a chance to talk an opportunity to weigh in, and then you can put your name back in the queue. Thank you.
No, I'm sorry.
So, it wasn't loud enough. Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. Errol, just a quick question. I see most of these already have progress going. Is that true, with a few exceptions?
There's a lot of work being done on a lot of these.
Yeah. I also would like to have a poll for us to rate them and then do the wedding planning after we kind of get the score versus me going one by one. I like the idea of having an estimated completion date, because some of them, I'm looking at the list, I'm like, oh, that's, in my opinion, almost done. So I think it would be helpful if we had an estimated completion date on the table, making it just a little bit bigger and a little bit smaller on the paper. But I think that would help me, at least, with the prioritization once we're rating them on our own. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And yeah, you know, something for us to consider as well, even though it's like getting close to the end, if we take it off prematurely, they're no longer dedicating that time, or they're scrambling to make those priorities that we've did set, and then trying to complete contracts and deadlines.
Yeah, that's the piece, because you have the ultimate completion date, but then we have sub-completion dates based on who's coming in and when they're finishing those components. Again, using First and Main. When we get through the financing, that'll end on that piece, but then they slide into Front Range.
Mm-hmm.
So they're moving to another one, but we're bringing in a completely different set of the organization in terms of project management through the construction process. So, yeah, when we have those Gantt charts built, but it's a bit overwhelming, so we'll try to condense it.
This was the simpler version.
Yes, yeah. No, I saw the charts and.
But yeah, we can simplify it to give you the completion date, and if there's sub-completion dates, we'll put an asterisk and explain that.
Or if it's an ongoing program.
Or it could be ongoing programs too.
Mm-hmm.
Like early child care is ongoing, so I don't know that there's ever a completion date. Rewind, core. So some of these will never end. It's just a continued refinement of the work that we're doing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I think something that, if it's easy to add or flag in some way, I think something that might help us with the prioritization is indicating if there are certain projects that would help us fund other things. And so recognizing what helps fund what might help us sequence the prioritization, because we could back end everything that's revenue generating, but that may make it a lot harder and slower for us to do other things. And so to the extent that we can indicate that, if it's clear and obvious, again, there are multiple ways that we fund things. It's not just ballot measures and tax increases like we've been talking about. It's a whole host of different fee structures. It's a whole host of development projects. It's a whole host of strategies throughout our ecosystem of services that relate to what we can do and when. So I think that would be a helpful layer to add on this that would help us filter or prioritize. I had maybe two clarifying questions. So the transit service modeling, that's item 27 here, or road 27. Is that something that we are doing proactively or being forced to do because of state or regional challenges?
It's both. So I would say there's obviously a component in the modeling. It's a well-timed question. There's a component that actually RTD is leaning into based on their financial condition and what they're dealing with. It also touches on COCO and what's Front Range Passenger Rail going to do. So there's a piece that we don't control, but we need to be part of the process to ensure that we're actively protecting our interests. There's other areas in this where we will get more proactive in that conversation. So for example, in meeting with RTD today, when we have the executive impact, they've asked me to engage in some of those conversations. And so it's a little bit of both.
Yep, thanks. And then the other clarifying question, is it, from your professional opinion, I know we're helping set some of the priority here, and that's our job, but from your professional opinion, does it make sense to pursue other opportunities when we talk about for sale housing for future public-private partnerships when we're still in the construction and planning phases for True North?
Yeah, so I think on that one, there's a few things. Is we can bring partners in, but it still takes a lot of work.
Yeah.
And managing that partnership, simply because to really hit the capital A and the attainable, there's subsidies that have to fall into that based on just the cost of materials. The thing that we do need to be pretty mindful of, especially in today's market, and this has really been being driven by interest rates at its most basic level, is what you also don't want to do is cannibalize another project. Meaning that if you've invested your dollars in a project, you really want to get to a certain point in that project where you have X amount of X percentage units sold before you start bringing on new units. Otherwise, what you really run the risk of doing is financially cratering both of those projects, because now you're cannibalizing each other in terms of the pool of people that are willing to buy it. Now, if interest rates drop 3%, then it's a different question. So
Sure.
you're really managing these outside market trends to make sure that you don't destabilize the financial stability. You don't create instability financially for a project that you've already invested money in.
Yeah, so when I see 10s across the board for 7.2, which is on pursuing other opportunities, and it says opportunities as they come, this is really like, as True North continues to proceed, if something like really drops in that market moment that we think is worth capturing, we can act, but that wouldn't be necessarily a concurrent,
No, that would be
10
one,
by 10 there.
Right, that would be one where we would want to phase it.
Yeah.
So that we lock it in where we can actually manage the workload,
Sure.
but target that date where you want that new supply to come in.
Thank you. Last two comments I wanted to make. One, I just wanted to echo the comments on our community resilience at different levels. I think that's, if we are not a resilient community, a lot of the other stuff goes out the window. And then last but not least, Chair, we had a few comments, or we had a comment about kind of items 9 and 10 here. And I just want to note that, one, those are lower effort, but two, this council hasn't really seen some of the more active development proposals yet that have come to us for discussion. There will be some annexations coming down the pipeline soon. There'll be some other projects. We haven't really had those housing conversations much yet. And I just want to note that why creating kind of that zone to focus our growth matters is because it actually sets us up for success in that broader housing market conversation and redevelopment effort. And from past examples and projects, it can feel very limiting in that moment when you're being asked to decide on a single project that has checked all the boxes, and we don't have a project, and we don't have a broader system that is ready to receive. So I just really want to stress that while we'll obviously figure out opportunities and negotiations on some of these larger ticket items as they come, continuing with that mixed use innovation redevelopment zone is enabling for a lot of the goals that we have here. And I just don't want us to lose sight of that foundation.
Thank you. And I'm also looking at, in items 9 and 10, I see there's some green, so there's less impacted departments, as well as looking at what's already been done, what's already been completed, and what would be the next steps, and how labor intensive are those, and kind of thinking about what we've gone so far, where we've gone so far with these. So, I would ask that council consider that as you're ranking and prioritizing, that there's already work that's being done in it, or it has a lower impact on the overall organization. Okay. And
quick.
Okay.
I just want to note we're technically this agenda item for tonight was council action plan, email organization, and board and commission feedback. Are we taking these like one at a time? Is that how you wanted to handle this?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So we've heard from everybody who wanted to speak. So Councilmember Christ, go ahead and finish your thoughts.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I'm not that far off from finished. Looking at 59 we're doing, which is the Level Up Sports Tournament, and 60 we're still exploring right now about e-bikes and e-motos. But just under the subheading of line 55 with third spaces and strengthening services for parents and providing spaces for youth, I just want to maybe add in the YMCA redevelopment, which will take 2 years. So, we got a ways to do it, but maybe just visioning what we might want to have there. Looking at line 79 about the Advanced Longmont 3.0 and on to the next page, which is 87 small businesses. We're talking about maybe we have SBDC comes to Longmont one day a week, and having some support classes for them. Potentially with the library, we're still talking about it through that, but these are things that already exist, and it's just a matter of organization. So I think it's something we could accomplish pretty quickly. Let's see, and that would also tie in with line number 90, participation with the impact committee, because we would have their involvement to help do these things. One thing I didn't see on here was any concept about composting or raising our sustainability metrics, which we had talked about improving those at one point. And I personally would like to see us reduce single-use plastic. So I'm done.
Yeah, I was hoping we could get some stuff off the list. Looks like we're putting more on. But I see Sandy taking notes over there. Thank you. Councilmember Prieto.
Just a quick comment for Sandy and staff. So when you build this survey or tool that we're gonna grade, I guess it would be helpful to see, like, to kind of separate, like, because it doesn't make sense that the transit hub's on there, because, like, obviously that's priority. Like, it has to get done, right? And so maybe the questions can be formed as, like, after the transit hub and X, what are your next? Like, what would be your 2 and your 3?
If you are all telling me that the transit hub is number 1 right now, if you're telling me that right now, then that's a direction, and we can then take that off of the survey.
Yeah, or like True North. Like, these are things that there's we can't stop them. Like, so they're almost a given, right? But I think the question is, like, after these are completed, what is the priority? So I would like to see, like, those big projects and then what comes after. And then maybe on some of the smaller projects, the question is, for the ongoing stuff, where would we like to see growth, right? So is it in X or is it in Y?
There may be a second conversation after we get through the first round of prioritization. Is that
like if there's, like when we're talking about transit, right? Like after the Kaufman Street extension, then where do we want to see growth in Vision Zero or, other areas? And then maybe having categories like what has a solid completion that are projects in play right now, what's ongoing, and what are our priorities as far as growth, and then what are the new items that the city really hasn't started, but council had a desire for, and then having those like categorized so that way you don't have the things that we're already working on being the top priorities, but there's also room for the additional stuff and expression for growth. And then I feel like I had something else, but like, yeah, so if you guys can just kind of break it up that way, just to, make it easier for us, and then we can have the session and further kind of critique. And that was it.
Okay. So, as I'm looking at the list and, we're looking at the project, which council has named 19 projects or 19 components projects.
Yeah, 19
These projects. And within those components that hit that project in our action item, kind of, they're in there. I think it's very lofty for us to try to, in one survey, to try to put in everything. It's almost, we have to do a first, this is what we want to prioritize as far as the projects go. And then after that, then we could start having another discussion where we can go into the weeds further and as far as components and what are some things that are on a timeline that we can eventually move out, and what is something we would want to put in that place, in that ranking, in that place.
So you'd
If
you'd
that-
rather me send something that has the first 19 projects as kind of your council priority
What do you
points?
think?
And then discuss
And
the
then we
components
can
later?
go into a deeper dive, and then that would allow us then to have a second discussion where we're looking at timeline, and whatever is, once that project is complete, or once that component subcategory is completed, then what is it that we're wanting to put in its place? Does that?
I think one of the things that we can do, if council's okay with this, is we can send one we start here.
Massive, yeah.
And then as you're responding, we'll start
Okay.
reading it into more detail.
Okay.
But because we will start seeing trends from your responses.
Sure,
That then
okay.
allow us, and so if you're okay, we can work with our strategic integration group and kind of pare it down. And then I think we can bring you something that has more detail to it.
Okay.
I did
What
kind of
is-
think we could include the components. So
Okay.
if your first round, if we give you a survey that says, okay, here are the 19 projects, let's allocate your prioritization points to these. But then within each of these, here's a new set of prioritization points for the components
That
within.
it could be embedded in there?
I don't know why we couldn't do that all
Yeah.
at once.
Okay.
If you're willing to fill that out, if that's all right with you.
Are we willing to fill that out? A larger, I am. Okay, so
Yeah.
here we,
I
okay.
see one thumb, 2, 3. Okay.
Okay.
Good. And did you
Perfect.
want me to take First and Main off? I only saw one thumb to that.
Yeah, it's almost obvious.
Well, I still only see one thumb.
I-
Okay.
I would like to see a
Okay.
timeline. I don't
All right.
want to divert. I mean, we still need to stay the course.
Okay.
And.
All right, I'll leave it on there.
I don't know if we're quite to that point. We'll see. Yeah, I said, like, no.
I mean, in reality.
Yeah.
That section's probably not going to be through construction when we consider everything that's involved mid-2028.
Okay, yeah.
With all of the pieces, assuming that something else doesn't develop from a commercial standpoint that adds more complexity, which is good because it adds revenue, but.
Yes.
So I would say mid-2028.
Okay, and I think it's really important that we have it on there because as a reminder for us that as we're putting in more ideas or more things wanting to put on the plate, that, hey, you guys, we still have this here. And that is a priority. So, yeah, I'm just gonna let you all work your magic. I'm like, okay, it's like, here's thumbs up, go for it. Thank you. Councilmember Marcy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to do something a little unorthodox here because I know we have 2 more pieces of this item and then a fairly substantial item scheduled after this. And I think because we have guests here, it would be appropriate to know whether we're going to make it to that item or not tonight.
Well, we could try. But
I'm curious. I move we extend the meeting beyond 11 o'clock.
I'm not ready to entertain that yet, but is there anyone who wants to second that? Second. Okay, Councilmember Kolkoffer. Yeah, go ahead if its motion has been made and, okay. Because also to know that this is also eating time that we could have gotten. Okay, Councilmember McCoy.
Well, I'm not against having this, and I want to make it sure that the folks that were staying to talk about this, that it's not about the fact that we shouldn't have this, but I don't think we should have a conversation after 11 o'clock. There are people that are here and want to hear this and have this conversation, and I certainly am one of them. But I will tell you that I'm going to vote against it because this going
Is
past
it gonna
11
be a
o'clock, because I
service?
think
Yeah.
it's
Let's
doing
wrap
a
up our
disservice
conversations.
to
Yeah.
people who really want to be part of this, and that's people that have chimed in tonight and also chimed in on email, and also are interested parties. I think the community deserves better.
Mhm. Yeah, I want to conclude. I'm hoping that the email is a yay or nay, that the other parts of our conversation can be very brief. And it sounds like we're coming to the end of this conversation. So again, I haven't seen very productive conversations and thought happening after 11 o'clock. So I would encourage us to wrap up our conversations. And did you? Okay. We have another comment. Okay.
If we do not extend, what impact does that put on future agendas? Do we have space to continue this?
I believe we start budget next, so.
So
Okay.
there are consequences.
Let's go ahead and vote. We have an open motion on the table. Okay, so that fails. Three in favor, 4 against, with myself, Councilmember Chris, Mayor Pro Tem McCoy, and Councilmember Prieto in opposition. I would really encourage us that we wrap up our conversations.
So let me see if I can
yes.
help a little bit. It sounds like everyone is okay with the action plan. If you're okay with the action plan, give me a thumbs up. And then the next step will be prioritization. If you're okay with the ads that came in from Councilmember Christ and from Councilmember Prieto, would you give me a thumbs up to those? Okay, very good. And so then you'll get a survey. That'll be the next step. You'll get a survey and some additional information on this sheet, and I will make the print bigger.
Yes,
What the heck happened to it? The next piece of this is your email system. You could certainly push that off until a later date. There isn't.
Okay.
You could hang on to that one. But the boards and commission, we have a lot of people that give you feedback on the boards and commission that Dawn can give you. It's up to you if you'd like
Okay.
to push that portion out or if you'd like to hear her.
Let's push out let's hold off on the boards and commission conversations. The email, yay or nay? I mean, do you want to move forward with a new system or even continue to explore a new system, or let's just keep things as they are? Okay, if you want to keep things as they are, let's just do a thumbs up.
Yeah, that would be fine.
Okay.
Keep things the way they are.
Okay.
Okay, so
and
1,
then-
2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Okay, and who wants to put more work on staff and change things? Put your thumbs up.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
5 to
Okay.
2.
We're done with this
I've got that.
conversation.
So we'll move boards and commissions to another conversation, it sounds like. That discussion. I do just want to mention one quick thing under boards and commissions. The Tech Advisory Board is planned to come back to you on September 8.
Okay.
The boards and commission recruitment begins on September 14. We are planning to recruit for Tech Advisory Board members. And so I just want for you to know that on September 8, if that ordinance does not pass, then we'll pull that from the discussion. And the city and council
Okay.
would need to interview those folks if we get to that point. But I just want to tell you, there's a real tight time right there.
Tight. Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, and we'll talk about
Anything
that.
else that was real critical, Dawn?
I was just going to ask if they
Yes.
could address the golf very
Oh, yeah,
quickly. It's
golf.
the
Oh, yeah.
one simple one, and it impacts recruitment.
Recruitment. Okay.
And they're
Are there
jumping
other
the
ones that impact recruitment other than
That
golf?
one is
Just
the other
that
ones
one.
really weren't actionable. If you looked at our chart,
Yeah.
there's not a lot to act upon except for
Okay.
golf.
So let's go ahead and do
Golf
the
prep.
the golf one.
And I think Councilmember Popkin has a motion ready.
Okay.
last
Perfect.
time.
Let's do it.
Sure. I was going to make a motion to direct the city manager to dissolve the Golf Course Advisory Board and consolidate all relevant golf board responsibilities into the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board as staff deems appropriate. I think this is just a meaningful consolidation and indubitably just makes a more efficient process.
Okay. So the motion has been made to dissolve the Golf Course Advisory Board and consolidate golf board responsibilities with Parks and Rec Advisory Board, and it was seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Do we have any discussion on this topic? Councilmember Prieto.
Mayor, my microphone was on before the motion was made.
So, well, let's do this first,
fine.
and then we'll address Councilmember
Question?
Prieto.
I have a question, and that is, we're consolidating responsibilities. Would we also be consolidating board members?
Yeah, because
There was a recommendation to keep one member of the golf board on PRAB. So we'll have people terms, we would need to look at how those terms fall out, but their recommendation was to carry one person over for the knowledge.
And that was from golf?
That was from the board members, yep.
Okay. So does this need to be, add that in, the motion?
I think maybe as recommended.
As
As
recommended?
recommended, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry, is that fine? I said, so Councilmember Hopkins says that's fine. He says that's fine. Okay, let's vote. And if you want to give a verbal vote, you can.
I'm a yay.
Okay, and that carries unanimously. Before we end the conversation, go ahead, Councilmember Prieto.
Well, Mayor, I was going to say before we started with the motion, I think that we can squeeze these out real quick, given the recommendation. And at least, because we have 30 minutes until 11, and the document was kind of pretty self-explanatory as far as like what direction. So I would hate to push it forward if it's an easy like yay, nay.
I would like to give more attention to the final, just out of consideration to folks who've been here. Okay, thank you.
Mayor.
Okay. So, we are now on to the City Council review of Code of Ethics complaint. And you have, you have your documents in front of you. Do we have city attorney or anybody who's gonna? Okay, and just for public to know, this is the first time that we are following the process. So back when Mayor Peck was first elected mayor, we brought in that council at the time approved a system for addressing complaints, ethic complaints, violation, kind of an accountability factor. We didn't really have anything in place, and it changed from council to council. So something more streamlined. So we are now actually trying it out for the first time and going through a process. So I do appreciate the script in place. Eugene, is there anything you'd like to add?
Mayor and Council, Eugene May, City Attorney. No recommended sort of opening comments were suggested for the chairperson, just to describe the process and what set some expectations for how the hearing would be conducted.
Okay. So I believe it is in your council packet, the script that I will be reading.
I was going to add, everybody has a paper copy.
Oh, they do have a paper copy.
Yep,
Oh,
we put
wonderful. I wasn't sure. Thank
If
you.
you don't, there's more.
Okay, but so in front of you, you have the Longmont City Council Ethics Complaint Review Recommended Procedure. So I will be following items 1 through 7. But let me go ahead and start with my opening comments. And do we have, yes. Hold on.
Mayor, I agree that the conversations happening after 11 o'clock are not ideal.
Okay.
I do not believe we can give this hearing the justice that it deserves and the process that it needs in 28 minutes.
Okay.
And I think attempting to do so would be a mistake. So I would either urge one of the individuals who voted on the prevailing side of the motion to not extend the meeting to reconsider that decision, or to table this item. Because if we try to get this in 28 minutes, we will be doing a disservice to the folks that have gone through this process.
So I'm looking through the time. I mean, we're getting close, and the more we debate the issue, the longer we're stringing it out.
That's
so,
what I was.
But okay, thank you, Councilmember Popkin.
Question for the city attorney. So if it's a different motion to extend to like 11:30, that is a finite time. Does that need a reconsideration, or can we just take a separate vote? It's a different proposal than an indefinite extension. Because I fully agree with Councilmember Marsing.
It would be a different motion.
Thank you. I will make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Okay. Okay. We're just waiting for it to load.
Yep.
Yeah, so the motion has been made by Councilmember Popkins, seconded by Councilmember Marcy to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Ready to vote?
Yes, we're ready to vote.
Don't make this harder than it is.
Okay, thank you. And I really hope we don't have
Yep.
to carry it all the way to 11:30.
Thank
but
you,
we have a
Mayor.
window. Let's,
Before we proceed,
yes, and go ahead.
Yeah,
Keep-
so
keep-
before we dive into this item, I wanted to disclose, for the sake of transparency here, that I have previously been subject to a now dismissed ethics complaint from the same complainant in this, and I wanted to acknowledge that on the record. it is my responsibility to disclose anything that could be perceived to impact my judgment on a certain topic. It is also my responsibility to disclose or determine if I need to recuse myself on this, and I do not believe I need to. I believe I can be impartial and neutral. This ethics complaint submission previously was dismissed by the hearing officer, and I look forward to being an impartial member of this body for this.
Okay, Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I, too, was the subject of 2 ethics complaints from the same complainant, both of which were summarily dismissed by the hearing officer. And I, too, feel that I can be a neutral arbiter in this process since I am not named in this complaint or in any setting whatsoever.
Okay, thank you for that. So now I'm going to go ahead and begin with my opening comments. The City Council will now consider the allegations of an ethics violation regarding Mayor Pro Tem Sean McCoy by the complainant Daniel J. Meester, filed on July 23rd, 2026, alleging that Mayor Pro Tem, and I'm inserting, it said council member, but the correct title is Mayor Pro Tem McCoy, has violated Section 2.18.010 C2 of the Ethics Code by attempting to influence a city employee concerning a matter in which he has a conflict of interest. During this process, the complainant and the subject of the complaint will have the opportunity to present facts and an argument related to the complainant. It is not required for the City Council to conduct a full public hearing or take public input on the complaint. And I will not be, we had members of the public who did comment during public invited to be heard, and I allowed that. So we will not be taking time for members of the audience to weigh in as well. I really want to focus on the on Mr. Meester and Councilmember McCoy on this. So after consideration of facts and arguments, City Council shall determine whether to adopt or modify the hearing officer's written interpretation and or recommendation as final ethics opinion of the City Council. Any council member whose conduct or circumstance is subject of a hearing officer's recommendation shall refrain from participating in any deliberations of the City Council regarding the opinion. So if the City Council determines a violation of Code of Ethics has occurred, the following sanctions may be imposed. So the options that we would have to choose from: an oral or written reprimand, monetary fine if the subject of the complaint has financially benefited, censure as a formal official reprimand by the City Council, prohibit the subject of the complaint from receiving future confidential information or attend executive session on a particular topic, or, and the final one, suspend board or commission members or remove them from, in accordance with Charter Article 7. What is that? Complaint. So now we're on to item 2, complainant statement presentation. So this is the opportunity for the complainant to step forward. Okay, and you will have any time up to 10 minutes.
I read the rules.
Yes. So, well, no, not everyone in the public has, so I wanted to make sure it's out there.
Well, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Mayor Pro Tem, staff, fellow residents. My name is Daniel Meester. I reside at 310 Lincoln Street. I stand before you tonight in accordance with Longmont Municipal Code Section 2.18.010F2, which grants me as the complainant the formal opportunity to present facts and arguments to this body before a final decision is rendered on the merits of my ethics complaint against Mayor Pro Tem Sean McCoy. On August 4th, 2026, Independent Hearing Officer Victoria Aguilar Esquire issued a comprehensive written interpretation and recommendation to this council. Following an exhaustive factual investigation, the hearing officer concluded, that by preponderance of the evidence that I presented, the exact legal standard mandated by Ordinance O-2024-28, Mr. McCoy committed a clear and distinct violation of our city codes of ethics. I'm here tonight to urge this council to adopt the hearing officer's written interpretation in its entirety, to uphold our municipal standards, and to issue the recommended formal written reprimand. This matter is not about personal animosity. I'll mention that I voted for Representative McCoy, nor is it a debate about airport policy. It is about the baseline integrity of municipal governance, the protection of our professional city staff from administrative coercion by elected officials, and the strict enforcement of the ethical boundaries that separate public oversight from personal interest. To understand the core issue before us, we must look directly at the wording of Chapter 2.8, which this council passed as Ordinance O-2024-28, Section 2.18.010C2, and it explicitly states, with respect to any matter regarding which a local government official has a conflict of interest, said person is prohibited from discussing with or otherwise attempting in any capacity to influence, directly or indirectly, any city officer or employee. Before delving into the substantiated violation of this section, it is necessary to address the counts that the hearing officer chose not to sustain. While the separate allegations under subsection C3 for preferential treatment and C4 for quasi-judicial participation were dismissed due to narrow technical legal definitions, the extensive factual record uncovered during the investigation does not absolve the respondent. Rather, it significantly strengthens my position. The evidence gathered on those counts demonstrates a consistent, unyielding pattern of behavior. It reveals an official operating under the profoundly mistaken belief that his title gives him the unilateral authority to dictate airport policy, disrupt established administrative lines, overrule both local management and federal regulations. While his action did not meet the strict technical thresholds required to prove third-party preferential benefit or a formal judicial conflict, they provide the essential context for the central violation, a clear, high-pressure attempt to use his public office to influence city staff for localized geographic self-interest. A chronological record of the administrative pressure is as follows. The factual record in this matter is established by undisputed documentary evidence obtained by public records. Let's look at the timeline of Mr. McCoy's communications with airport manager Levi Brown throughout June 2026. On June 11th, Mr. McCoy initiated a forceful exchange by forwarding flight tracking screenshots from a selected resident. In this email, Mr. McCoy bypassed public channels and wrote directly to the airport manager. He did not merely ask questions, he explicitly demanded that staff take action, writing, "I strongly encourage you to speak directly with the pilots flying this unnecessary pattern day after day and direct them not to use the alternative." He went further, asserting that he would not stop punishing or pushing for punitive consequences for pilots, and explicitly declared that the days of playing nice will never exist again. On June 18th, 2026, Manager Brown responded professionally and cordially, explaining the realities of general aviation operations at a non-towered airport like Vance Brand. He noted that the flight tracks appeared consistent with standard safety regulations and the city's voluntary noise abatement program, or VNAP. He explicitly stated that runway choices are safety decisions made in real time by the pilot in command based on prevailing winds, which frequently shift direction, and that he lacked the legal or operational authority to direct or punish individual pilots. On June 24th, Mr. McCoy escalated the conversation. Rather than accepting the clear operational boundaries provided by staff, Mr. McCoy escalated his demands. He issued an explicit warning to the airport manager stating, "You report to Harold Dominguez, not to me, and I respect that, but I want you to know that if I continue not getting the answers I need to address this situation, I will be bringing it to Harold." As the hearing officer correctly noted, these phrases were aggressively combative, highly accusatory, and are reasonably understood by city staff as direct threats to their employment or operational commands. There's further personal conflict and geographic self-interest. Mr. McCoy has argued, both in his signed statement dated July 31st, 2026, and in public discussions that his actions represented standard constituent advocacy. He claims that aircraft noise is a citywide issue and that his actions were meant to protect all residents. However, his own written words completely dismantle this defense. In his June 24th email, Mr. McCoy complained that pilots to figure out where he and the mayor lived. He wrote, "We're both on the northwest side of town near Harvard and 17th with mountain views across street. They're making deliberate course adjustments that managed to put them directly over one of our homes repeatedly. A more direct routing would bypass our neighborhood entirely." By explicitly demanding that the airport manager divert traffic onto an alternative path that would bypass our neighborhood directly, Mr. McCoy is using his official position to seek a geographically specific, direct, and substantial benefit for his own property and immediate neighborhood. This is the exact definition of a personal conflict of interest under Section 2.18.010A12. It is a benefit different in kind and degree from that experienced by the general public. Bypassing public comment to send high-pressure demands directly to a subordinate city employee is a flagrant abuse of municipal boundaries. Further attempt to govern airspace. We're now at the most alarming aspect of the respondents' actions. The overt attempt to unilaterally govern the airspace and override established aviation science. Under long-standing federal doctrine, the FAA retains exclusive, absolute jurisdiction over the management of local airspace, flight altitudes, and air traffic control. As municipal airport sponsor, the City of Longmont has strictly circumscribed legal boundaries. As legal experts explicitly clarified during the July 2026 Airport Noise Town Hall, the city has no authority to mandate flight paths, enact curfews, or enforce mandatory operational restrictions. Yet, Mr. McCoy attempted to substitute his own layman opinions for federal aviation safety standards. In his communications with the airport manager, Mr. McCoy actively sought to institute a local rogue enforcement mechanism demanding punitive consequences for pilots who are operating in full compliance with federal aviation regulations. Most disturbingly, Mr. McCoy attempted to rewrite basic aerodynamic safety rules to achieve his noise reduction goals. When informed by staff that pilots must land and take off into the wind to ensure aircraft stability, Mr. McCoy responded dismissively, writing that a student pilot occasionally landing with a slight tailwind is not unsafe and is arguably good training. This directly contradicts standard FAA flight training handbooks and traffic advisory practices, which require pilots to land into the wind. Let's be completely clear about what this represents. Landing an aircraft with a tailwind significantly increases ground speed, alters the descent profile, drastically extends the required landing distance, and severely escalates the risk of a runway excursion or a catastrophic accident, especially for an uncertified student pilot. For an elected official with zero aviation credentials to leverage the power of his office to pressure city staff into advocating or directing unsafe aerodynamic maneuvers.
And that is time.
That's time? That's
It's
10?
been 10 minutes, yes.
Oh my God, I thought I could
Yes.
speak quicker than that.
It goes fast.
Don't worry, the
Thank you.
rebuttal shorter.
Yes, there will be. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, you may begin.
All right. This was never about me. When I said my house, I sincerely believe and still believe that pilots were intentionally routing over parts of the neighborhood. But it was never really about me personally. I'm not here to be bothered by it. 10 months of the year, 5 days a week, I'm 15 miles away teaching at a school made of steel and concrete. I don't hear the planes. My neighbors do. My constituents do. If I phrased that badly in an email, that's on me. And I want to offer a sincere apology for that, and for not for anything in my choice of words that came across as being about my own comfort rather than my neighbor's well-being. That was never my intent, but intent does not erase impact, and I take responsibility for it. Going forward, I'll be more careful, not to make it sound like it's about how it affects me personally. I also will be more intentional about how I raise concerns with city staff, even where it wasn't my intention here. I understand how council members pressing staff on a matter close to home can carry even a hint of asking for preferred treatment. And I don't want to leave the room for that appearance again. I'll do better. What this was never about, and what this has always been about, is how my constituents are being treated. The noise, the disregard, the leaded fuel dumping over their heads with no accountability. That's at the heart of this. Number one point, I had no personal financial gain. Ms. Victoria Aguilar said so herself. She found no evidence of fabrication concerns or acted for personal gain. That's not my framing. It's her official determination. The ethics codes exist to catch self-dealing. She looked for it specifically, and there isn't any. Nothing changed as a result of my emails. No pilot faced any consequences, and I gained nothing. 3, nothing happened. Facts stacked together. If there were about personal gain, there would be a gain. No point. There isn't one. Well, number 2, nothing is asked for was actually happened. And I checked myself along the way. No airport operations changes. No pilots were penalized. And Mr. Brown told me directly he couldn't direct individual pilots. I raised concerns, though, the only channel available to me, and got no. That's advocacy, not coercion. And I'd be the first to apologize to Mr. Brown if I believed I had overstepped. I asked City Manager Harold Dominguez directly 3 separate times whether I had crossed the line. 3 separate times he told me no. He would have told me if that had been the case, he told me. At no point while this matter was in play did Assistant City Manager Jen Uten or a city human resource employee ever reach out to me and tell me a complaint had been filed. I also don't know how my asking Mr. Brown a question would have affected Mr. Meester, since Mr. Meester is not Mr. Brown's supervisor. Point 3, preferred treatment and charter open meetings violations were explicitly rejected. The complaint asked for 4 things: a preferred treatment finding, a charter violation, an open meetings violation, and a blanket recusal. I got one on the narrowest possible grounds. That's not a partial loss for Mr. Mester. That's a track record of overreach built into the complaint itself. What is left is finding about the tone of the channel. I'm not finding that I abused my office for personal benefit. Point 4, my motivation was found genuine. Ms. Victoria Aguilar concluded I appeared to sincerely believe the flights represented retaliation for council action. A benefit, she said, materially mitigates the violation. Her own words, material mitigates the ethics code, cares about intent. That's the central question, and she found my intent was genuine. This is not technicality. That's the question, and it went in my favor. Point 5. The data backs up why residents were alarmed. Operations rose from 126,000 to 137,000 between 2004 and 2008, an 8.6 jump. This wasn't just Old Town. Longmont Estates or other heavily populated areas of our community were being overwhelmed too, and particularly Longmont Estates, where it appeared pilots had discerned that the mayor and I lived. We were seeing a noticeable higher concentration of air traffic. I wasn't inventing a problem. I was responding to a documented increase that residents across the neighborhoods and many others were experiencing, something we'd never experienced before. Blanket recusal was rejected. Point 6 there. This wasn't just about what happened. It's about whether I can keep doing my job for the constituents afterwards. Miss Victoria Aguilar drew a real distinction between legislative advocacy and personal conflict and found my conduct falls on the advocacy side. The recusal provision Mr. Meester cited doesn't apply to my general legislative role. That's just finding, that's not just finding about the past, it's finding about what I'm allowed to keep doing for this community and going forward. There isn't a single person on this council or anyone who served on the former Airport Advisory Board who couldn't be accused of saying or feeling something similar if we let Mr. Meester's line of attack become the standard, including him during his own time on the board. My lone vote, point 7, my lone vote against the FAA grants wasn't obstruction. It was fiscal diligence. I didn't oppose the airport. I flagged funding conditions and pushed for a sustainable model like landing fees instead of federal strings. I want to see the airport succeed. It's an investment. Point 8, leaded fuel concerns is not fringe. Piston aircraft exempt from the lead restriction were, when cars were cleaned up in the 1990s. The EPA didn't formally find leaded aviation gas didn't formally find leaded aviation gas endangers public health until 2023, nearly 3 decades after the FAA had committed to establish. The FAA has also committed to establishing it by 2030, which confirms the danger was real, not manufactured, and the communications near the general airports were exposed to decades before Regulators Act. Point 9, I represent people who felt unheard, not myself. For 10 months of the year, I'm teaching 5 days a week at a school and away from my home from approximately 7 a.m. until 5 p.m., either commuting or working full-time. It's hard to make a case that this was personally affecting me when it wasn't even there for when I wasn't there for most of it. But it sure as hell affected my neighbors, and that was the intent, wasn't it? 2 full terms on council, or going on 9 years now, plus 25 years of service is the pattern here, not an abbreviation. Planning and Zoning, Housing and Human Services Commission, and Boulder County Open Space, and now Council. My record is constituency advocacy, not self-dealing. When I first ran for council, my slogan was that I wasn't running against anybody or any issue. I was running for Longwood to make it a better place to live, work, and play. That's the same thing I'm doing in these evals, advocating for my constituents, not arguing against anybody. If I sounded tough in these emails, it came after literally months of abusive behavior from specific members of the airport community, including ethics complaints that were unfounded or seemed designed to have a chilling effect on anyone who stands up for the general public. If this is what things have become, we've got a lot of work to do to get back to civil discourse. But the work isn't just mine to do. The abuse my constituents have received and that I've received as a humble servant to this community is unacceptable and should not be tolerated by any of us. And the last point here, I want to be honest about one thing I got wrong. My choice of words. When I said flights were happening over my home, I sincerely didn't mean that it was that as being about me personally. I was trying to describe a pattern of
That is
of
time.
target. Thank you.
Okay, we are now on to no more than a 5-minute rebuttal for each, for the complainant as well as the subject. So, Mr. Meester, do you have anything you wanted to add?
I do.
Or, yeah, rebut.
I'll keep my rebuttal brief because it's getting late and I'm sure everybody doesn't want to be here till midnight, and I don't either. We've heard a defense centered on constituent service, public interest, and the right of an elected official to speak freely. But none of these arguments change the undisputed facts written by the respondent's own hand. This complaint has nothing to do with FAA grants. It has nothing to do with leaded fuel. It has a lot to do with the abuse of a city staff member by Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Sean McCoy. Constituent advocacy ends where personal geographic self-interest begins. Mr. McCoy claims he was speaking for all of Longmont, yet on June 24th, he explicitly complained that flights were over his home and demanded an alternate path that would bypass our neighborhood entirely. True constituent service does not seek to reroute an established landing pattern away from officials' personal property line near Harvard and 17th. Second, we must reject the assertion that this was merely an ordinary citizen sending an email. An ordinary resident does not command direct access to a department head's inbox using an official city email. An ordinary resident cannot threaten an employee by stating that if they do not get the answers they need, they will bypass them and take it directly to the city manager. That is not citizen communication. That is administrative coercion. The Code of Ethics provides a specific path for officials to protect personal interest. They must speak from the public podium during public comment, just like any other citizen. Mr. McCoy chose instead to leverage his inside political authority. Third, the defense has attempted to frame his statements regarding flight safety as harmless policy opinions. They are not. When a council member tells an airport manager that student pilots landing with a tailwind is not unsafe and is arguably good training, he's attempting to override federal aviation safety protocols to achieve a personal noise reduction goal. Operating an aircraft with a tailwind drastically increases landing distance and elevates the risk of runway accidents. This is tantamount to someone who has never driven a car telling a student driver to accelerate on an icy road, then brake heavily just before hitting a wall. For a layman official to pressure city personnel into advocating unsafe aerodynamic maneuvers violates the core principle of responsible governance. The city has no legal authority to govern local airspace, and individual council members have no right to invent their own local aviation rules. Finally, do not be misled by references to dismissed counts. The technical dismissal of the preferential treatment and quasi-judicial counts under subsections C3 and C4 occurred because those sections require strict proof of third-party financial benefits or former voting conflicts. But the central charge of violation of section 2.18.010C2 for conflict of interest and improper influence stands fully substantiated by preponderance of the evidence. A validated ethics violation is before you. If this council fails to adopt the independent hearing officer's findings tonight, it will effectively signal to city staff that they are on their own when facing high-pressure, combative demands from individual council members. I ask you to protect our professional staff and uphold the integrity of Chapter 2.18 and issue the recommended formal written reprimand. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. This job is about advocacy. That's what it is. It's about everyday advocacy, pushing hard, asking hard questions, trying to get those answers to drive our decision making. It's not easy being up there. It's not.
That's true.
And we have a lot of critics. Some are trying to come up with ways of sometime making sure that all of us are quiet. And in this situation here, that's what the driving force is here. It's not about me and a tone of an email. It's never been about me. It's all about the attempts to try to chill our speech up here. I didn't lose my First Amendment speech rights when I came up here and got sworn in as a city councilman. I didn't leave them at the door. And I will tell each and every one of you that, you know, I'm not perfect. I stand here before you, you know, knowing my imperfections, knowing that I have shortcomings, just like every single last one of us here. And I will tell you that, you know, I get it. I do. I get that there are some folks that are angry about decisions made by council and that we all have to do better. including myself. I know it. And I will do better. I'm not going to stop fighting for my constituents. I'm not going to play some sort of legal game with people. I just want what's best for Longmont, including the airport, including the pilots, and everybody in this community. And I don't think anybody in this community deserves to be abused, whether it's any one of us. You know, I often think of the statement that no good deed goes unpunished, and oftentimes that's kind of where we stand. We do these good deeds, we're here late at night, we read packets, we try to do the right thing, and we still have critics that, you know, we're never quite doing it right. If we don't all just say yes to everything, what are we ever going to say no to? So I thank you for your consideration. I know that I can do better. I know all of us can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. And so that, so we are in the closing arguments, but Mayor Pro Tem, you know, I in listening to that, that was a closing argument. So did you have any additional thing before I pass it back? Well, no. I'm going to pass it back to Mr. Meester for his closing argument, and yeah, because I don't think he had a rebuttal to your rebuttal. So, thank you. And so you can go ahead and begin your
rant.
Yeah. Well, no. Your 5-minute closing argument. Okay. I'm keeping it professional.
I want to make a comment from something that Mayor Pro Tem said. Advocacy is a fine thing. It's a noble thing. But advocacy cannot include threats. And we've seen a prima facie example of that occurring. It's documented. It was, in fact, sustained. And I want to be forthcoming about the basics of these ethics complaints. They're not political. As I mentioned, I voted for Representative McCoy. They're not about the dissolution of the Airport Advisory Board. All city advisory boards serve at the will of the council, and that is recognized. They're not about some imaginary group unhappy with the dissolution of that board. To my knowledge, no such group exists. The complaints are solely about an elected representative who's attempted to use his position to influence and threaten a city employee for the representative's personal benefit. In defense of that, Representative McCoy has stated that he was going to aggressively stand up for his constituency. Mayor and council, I request you review the evidence cited in my complaint regarding the constituents Mayor Pro Tem McCoy is standing up for. They are well known to you. You are copied on their rants. They are vocal. They have legal issues which stem from their actions at the airport and at a specific local business. Yet Representative McCoy maintains his actions were in defense of that limited constituency. Are they representative of the greater Longmont populace, or are they a very small minority which the representative happens to be aligned with? Public service is a trust, and it must be regarded as such. The requests Mr. McCoy made to Airport Manager Levi Brown are clear evidence that Mr. McCoy violated Section 2.18.010A12 of Longmont's ethics rules. This has been verified by the hearing officer Aguilar. That is a violation of the public trust and is not behavior that an elected official should engage in under any circumstance for any reason. Again, I'll ask you to follow the recommendations of hearing officer Aguilar. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And so we are now on to the council discussion and deliberation section. Oh, yeah. Did you? What's that? So, and the vote? Yeah. No. He can't participate. But does he have to? So, Don, does he have to leave the room?
I don't believe so.
I
You can
don't
check
think
that
so.
with Eugene. Just can't participate in the discussion.
Yes. So then, oh, go ahead.
Correct. I would say the rules of procedure or the code of ethics doesn't say he has to leave, just not participate.
Okay. So you can either sit there or, yeah, you can chill out. Sit over there. Okay, so now we're coming back to us. And so we are really setting precedent in our discussions. I'm going to ask that, we make sure that our questions are more seeking clarity and or in reference to what is provided in our packet, the item that we are deliberating. And so and as we move forward with this, this could be any one of us in the future. As new people come to council, we have a system in place that this could be, we could be put in that situation as well. So I want to make sure that as we set precedents in tonight's discussion and deliberation, that we stay on point and keep our own comments brief. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. And I did check with the city attorney about questions for the complainant and for the subject of the complaint. So I have some questions for Mr. Meester, if that's okay, if he can come back down. I really appreciate it because I thank you for your time, and I want to be really careful here because I'm not trying to relitigate airport policy during this item. It's not about the airport, right? We're not here to decide airport policy. We're here because you filed an ethics complaint against an elected official. We are being asked to adopt or modify the hearing officer's recommendation. So I'm trying to understand the specific scope of what you're requesting. You're requesting that Mayor Pro Tem McCoy be recused from all current and future airport matters, correct?
No, I'm not.
That was what was the relief requested in the report.
That is not within the scope of the hearing officer's recommendations.
That was I was asking you your position.
My position?
That was in your initial complaint in the packet.
That did not get granted.
Correct.
It was in the initial complaint.
Okay, and as you mentioned, you're aware that didn't get substantiated. So, I want to just clarify because you're saying that both your ethics concern here is not personal, right, or related to the airport, and that it's limited to the June communications in the report. Correct?
I would have to review it completely, but it may have gone into July also.
Okay. So I want to point to just Exhibit C because I had a question about that. Exhibit C in the packet.
I don't have that with me.
It includes a February exchange between you and the Mayor Pro Tem. That's in February, before the June communications at issue here. And just does this ring a bell at all? The February exchange.
Vaguely.
And in that exchange from February, long before the June communications that are the subject of the complaint, you criticize the Mayor Pro Tem over the dissolution, and this is all in our report, over the dissolution of the Airport Advisory Board, and then threaten the possibility of an ethics complaint, correct?
I don't think it's a threat. It was made.
So you did say you would make the ethics complaint based on his position at on airport issues.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there was substantial evidence that an ethics complaint was appropriate.
Evidence from what based on?
From Cora received requests.
But that was before the June communications. This was February before you'd filed Cora requests.
I had been
correct?
accumulating Cora requests and data for months.
Okay. That exhibit also includes your statement that you would no longer shovel his sister's sidewalk because of his position on the airport issues, correct?
Yeah, but we're all entitled to, in fact, I think he suggested it himself. Mm-hmm. We're all entitled to have a bit of a throw of anger.
Certainly, but it's hard to say that this is not a personal complaint.
No, it's not a personal complaint at all.
Okay. In fact, before those June communications, as you mentioned, you'd already filed multiple Cora requests on the Mayor Pro Tem related to this issue, correct?
Not just the Mayor Pro Tem.
No, myself and I think just about everybody up here, correct?
No, that's not true.
How many ethics complaints or related to council airport matters have you filed, supported, or participated in up to this point? I'm just asking for the scope of the work that you've been doing in this space.
Filed one against Representative Popkin. Mm-hmm. I believe I filed one against you.
2 against me.
Okay.
Yeah, and which is fine. That's your right? And those were dismissed or not substantiated, correct?
I'm curious what they have to do with the complaint that is at hand that's been substantiated.
It points, Mayor, and I appreciate because I see you're about to step in.
Yeah.
It points to a concern that I have deeply for consideration by my council teammates of what I see through this process has become, frankly, a weakness of our ethics process. Mm-hmm. That Cora requests, ethics investigations, et cetera, can be used potentially as a weapon against individuals that you have political or policy disagreements with.
I think I made it very clear I don't have any political or policy disagreements. I have a very strong disagreement about Mayor Pro Tem's actions. Again, I'll remind you, I voted for him.
And then you told him you wouldn't shovel his sister's sidewalk.
Don't think that's germane in this particular concept.
It's in the
It
materials
was in
we
our
have.
materials. It was in our packet.
I saw it was in your
Yes,
materials,
yes.
but I don't think it has anything to do with the present
last
complaint.
question for you, Mr. Meester. I appreciate your time. Do you believe that the ethics process that this city has worked hard to adopt should be used to remove council members or otherwise discipline council members from voting on controversial policy issues when they have expressed strong views on those issues, especially when their views are different from yours?
Please repeat that.
Do you believe that the way that this ethics process has been used is appropriate, that you should be able to remove or otherwise sanction members of council for voting or engaging
I
on
think
difficult
that
policy
any
questions?
private citizen should be able to file an ethics complaint where one is appropriate. I think in order to remove a council person, that is generally done with a recall vote.
I was speaking specifically to voting on the issue as you initially requested in your initial request to the hearing officer that he be recused from all those conversations. But that's a separate thing. I do have a question for Mayor Pro Tem McCoy at the end of my time.
Yes,
Just very
yes.
quickly. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem McCoy, I appreciate it. I have one question for you. Do you acknowledge that your language in the June emails crossed a line, particularly asking staff to direct pilots and referring to punitive consequences? Do you believe that crossed a line?
I didn't think I was asking him to go and be punitive with him. I was asking for
The way the language was
information.
received,
And I'm
perhaps.
sorry,
Yeah.
and I said earlier in my earlier statement that I'd be the first to apologize to Mr. Brown.
And going forward, you can commit to keep working on airport policy and routing through the city manager, et cetera, in a more appropriate way.
I always do that.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, do we have any other comments or questions from council members? So before us, ahead of us, before us, we have, our decision is to either uphold the officer recommendation, impose a different sanction, or dismiss the complaint. And, and I guess, I'm thinking about dismiss the complaint. I mean, we're already kind of dealing with some, some disciplinary action in the hearing in and of itself. So, I mean, I don't think it would totally dismiss if we vote to dismiss. We've already gone through all this. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, gentlemen, for presenting your sides of the issue. It's really clear that the temperature is heating up over the airport, and it's coming to where it's not very pleasant for anybody. We belong to the same city, okay? We have pilots and we have non-pilots, and you're both part of the city, and you both deserve respect, and we both deserve to be respected in our communication. We came up with an ethics plan, and we all voted for it so that we could hold ourselves to a standard. And I believe we should respect that. What else do I want to say? Ethics matter because it creates trust with the public, and they need to know that we censor ourselves as, as elected officials. For the staff, we need to make sure that we don't overstep. We don't want to ever make the staff feel bullied or put upon. We want them to know that we have their back. And so I do think that maybe an apology, and this is something that Mayor Pro Tem has suggested, an apology to Levi Brown, would be well received. And I know that the Mayor Pro Tem has the grace to carry that out well. We need to treat all point of views with respect, as I've said. And I would like to lower the temperature towards the council, towards each other, just in general. We know there's a noise problem at the airport. I hope you know that we're working on it. And I hope that we have communicated why it's not just a slam dunk quick answer regarding this. And we do have something scheduled for September 26th. As counselors, I think we have to be the example of how we treat each other in town. So I am in favor of just an apology from the Mayor Pro Tem to Levi Brown. And then I would like to say that we just put a moratorium on any oral or verbal communication about the airport. It's perfectly fine for the community to continue to send emails and share their opinions, but I think we should just say a thank you and leave it at that until we've had our chance to discuss in September what we envision for the airport. I think that just protects all of us and also is a good example of how we're going to handle this situation with each other. And thank you both. I want you to know both opinions are valid, and there's a place for everyone here in Longmont. Okay? Yeah? Yeah.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. Councilmember Kolkopfer.
Thank you, Mayor. You talked about precedent, so I'll leave that, and I appreciate what Councilmember Chris said. I also reviewed what the hearing officer is finding, and I agree that Mayor Pro Tem shouldn't have directed staff on the matter. That should have come from the city manager or the assistant city manager. In my opinion, the hearing officer and what they found, they didn't find any evidence of financial gain, no evidence that he made up his concerns, and there was no change on how the airport actually operated. So I do believe that an apology is appropriate, and I do believe in a normal situation, if this were to happen, it is the responsibility of the employee's manager or the assistant city manager or the city manager to step in and say, hey, as one member of council, you are not able to direct staff without 3 other members. So I think it would be appropriate for Mayor Pro Tem to apologize. And then also
4 other members. Yeah.
One plus 3.
1 plus 3. Okay, got it.
Would be
Yes.
4.
4.
Yeah.
4 total.
Correct.
Yeah.
4 total to direct staff. And in a normal situation, that's what would happen. So I do agree with Councilmember Chris that an apology would be beneficial. And I do appreciate everybody for coming out. I know this is a topic that is passionate for a lot of people, and I also agree that the temperature is escalated. And as one member of this dais, I also want to work to improve the airport for our community and the folks who are impacted by either using it or the folks who are underneath it. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Meester and Mayor Pro Tem McCoy, for your thoughtful statements and clearly prepared remarks as well. Regardless of the outcome tonight, I think it's kind of indisputable that an independent hearing officer did determine some level of merit to the original concerns. And I think, frankly, pausing for us to kind of evaluate this is necessary to not only ensure there's transparency and public accountability, but gives us a chance to kind of reckon with the process that was set up years ago and hasn't been used. And so I think we're actively sailing this, we're building the ship as we're sailing it here and trying to follow as many instructions as we have. I had a question for the Mayor Pro Tem. One of the statements that repeatedly got brought up by the complainant, both in writing and in his oral presentation, was that, and I'll quote directly from the June 24th email, quote, "You report to Harold Dominguez, not to me, and I respect that, but I want you to know that if I continue not getting answers that I need to address this situation, I will be bringing it to Harold. That's not a threat. It's just where this is heading if things don't change." Can you just shed a little bit more light on your mindset, if you can recall 2 months ago there, as to, because I do want to take you at your word that it's not a threat, but I think we all want to also make sure that we're responsibly making sure that no one is threatening our staff as well, right?
Yeah. I didn't take it as a threat. I didn't mean it as a threat. I meant it as this is the frustration level that the community, as well as myself, was getting from just kind of non-answers. We talk about the VNAP being a voluntary system, and I didn't see that asking him to go politely and respectfully and not casually and say, hey, do you guys realize what you're kind of doing here? you're going out of your way and flying everywhere. And if we look at some of these maps that we've seen from constituents that have been sent, they're flying absolutely everywhere. It doesn't seem to matter where the wind is blowing or what direction. So that's the sort of expectation. It just seemed like, wow, can't we just get these guys to maybe have that sort of dialogue? And I wasn't planning on going with them or anything. Just, hey, you know, you got to be a good neighbor. And that's what I've said repeatedly in this and in other emails as well. It's about being a good neighbor. And they have failed to be good neighbors. And so that's kind of where I was coming from. It's like, you can't even, you see these people day in and day out or week in and week out.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think you can casually say, you know, you're not following the VNAP and you're also not following, you know, kind of what that good neighbor sort of behavior is.
Thank you. And then just what in your mind, again, we're figuring this process out as you are here, and what in your mind is the difference or meaningful difference to you between kind of a formal apology to the staff involved and a reprimand?
Well, I think a reprimand is one of these things that later is used purposely, and that's my concern for political purposes. I feel that this has a chilling effect on anybody who ever pushes back. I think in a formal apology, I'm happy to formally apologize. I'll send it, you know, tomorrow. You know, there was never any intent. You know, I went on a tour with Levi. We had a nice 30-minute conversation before,
Sure. Okay.
with Jen, before Jen Newton got there to do our tour. So I don't hold any animosity to him.
Sure, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have, I guess, do you have motion? Perfect. I was just about to ask that. Councilmember Marcy.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank everybody here for the process, Mr. Meester and Mayor Pro Tem McCoy. I do have deep concerns about, you know, I think we need to take a look at the ethics process generally and how it's used. And now that we've kind of steering the ship,
Yes.
I do not believe this is the complaint to substantiate. I move that. I do think a formal apology would be appreciated in a lot of ways. So I move that council request Mayor Pro Tem McCoy issue a written apology to Levi Brown, but otherwise dismiss the ethics complaint.
Okay. I second that.
What is the difference?
Okay, did you have? Okay, and keep in mind, we have 3 minutes left. Yes.
Yeah, I was just going to ask why dismissing the complaint. It was substantiated on the facts, and I think that we're determining what.
It does come back to us. That was a recommendation, so we are the final, we can decide to dismiss. So, and that was the intent of the original ethics, when this was brought forward, is that we would be the deciding body, just like under our advisory councils, give us a recommendation, we decide whether or not we want to pursue that particular recommendation. So.
Yeah, I guess I would
okay.
I would just ask then for the maker of the motion if you would just amend it, if you would be open to just making the motion that we ask Mayor Pro Tem to issue a formal apology.
It's the spirit of it.
Okay,
Is that-
so do you want to, but
Can we-
otherwise dismiss the ethics complaint, eliminate that line?
Real quick, because we have a minute to figure this out.
Yes.
Can I move that we extend an additional 10 minutes
Second.
to? Well, I guess there's a motion on the table.
Yeah,
so
there is a motion on
I'll
the
withdraw my motion. Move we extend an additional 10 minutes to 11:40.
Okay, so the motion has been made and
I
seconded.
don't like doing it that way, but-
And technically, it's not debatable, and I debated it last time, so. Lordy, lordy, okay. Fine.
Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, okay, never mind.
Yeah. Not past 11.
Or, okay, got it.
Okay. So that carries 6-1 with
Just 6 to 0.
McCoy recused. Something, so he's something. Okay.
Mayor, if appropriate, I can speak to the question, at
Yes,
least in my
let
intention.
me switch mics here. Oh, no, now you're off. Oh, bummer. There we go. Go ahead.
So I think I'm sympathetic to the concern that the Mayor Pro Tem offers, which is that a formal written reprimand does have a legislative consequence, and it also has, we're all elected officials. There's a political element in that as well, that there's a political consequence. I do believe that us formally directing that we would like to see a formal apology sent to Levi Brown is appropriate. I do think that the language was unfortunate in a number of ways. However, I maintain that the way that this complaint and the process here used our ethics process is something I'm fundamentally uncomfortable with, and validating that and using this as the precedent that we say this is the kind of complaint that we substantiate, which I'm not comfortable with that. So saying yes, we agree that some of the language was harsh. Please apologize, but formally adopting the complaint and the recommendations of the hearing officer feels a step too far to me. And so I would ask that we dismiss the complaint aside from requesting a formal apology, which is, I think, a step down from a written reprimand.
Yes, it is. Councilmember Prieto.
I'm trying to not speak too much tonight, but I will be voting. So once the motion is made, it sounds like the consensus is an apology, and then to dismiss the complaint. I will be voting no on that. I feel like our processes are for a reason. We don't get to make up things as we go. I would hope that if there was ever a complaint that was substantiated against me and an outside hearing officer found me to be in violation of a certain ethics or ethic rule, that you guys would hold me accountable. It's not personal. I just think this is our process. If we're seeing gaps and holes in this process right now, I think we come together afterward and make sure that we have protections in place to ensure that people can't use it as a tool, etc. But I will be voting no on that. My recommendation would be to go with the independent officer's recommendation. And yeah, so just wanting to kind of state my opinion on that. I think she reviewed all the evidence. She laid out everything accordingly. I want to be as neutral as possible, taking relationships, previous conversations, heat with the airport, and just look at this process specifically. So I will be voting no on that. My recommendation would be that we follow the hearing officer's original recommendation for a reprimand, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I for me, the reason why I would be accepting this, the motion if made, is, I go back to the, being on council when this initial process was passed. And we had discussion on what, if we find that it is being used as a tool, what do we have, what does any council have in the future as a body what do we have to ensure that things that it's not being used as a tool, a punitive. So the conversation was, well, then we would be the deciding factor. So after everything goes through, just like an advisory board, we receive those recommendations, but we decide as a body whether or not to issue that recommendation or a separate one or dismiss entirely. So, again, we are building, I was going to say flying the plane is building it, but I'm not going to use that. Building the bridge as we're crossing it. So, because yes, temperatures are high and people are passionate. And, when we were hearing, community members can't threaten, during COVID, people were threatening our lives. Guy who ended up being, found out was my neighbor, was threatening to shove his AR-15 up our what's. Just to even have a conversation about gun safety. So, no, it's not. I've noticed, and I've talked to other mayors, that this is a hard time to be serving in public office. Tensions are high on every topic. And, again, I want to keep things specific to what I read in this packet. And I also wanted to bring some historical context as to when this came out, why this was put in place, and what avenues does the council have in ensuring that it's not used as a tool. I'm not making allegations that anybody's using this as a tool. I feel like, and I've warned other council members, and I've had conversations. I think what did I say? I pretty much yelled at everybody on here. I apologize. And really it comes down to, if the 7 of us fell off the face of the earth tomorrow, guess what? Longmont's going to survive. However, if we lose key directors out there who've been there for a long time, this city is in a world of hurt. And so I really, really want to caution that, yes, this can be any one of us. If we are not careful in keeping our boundaries as elected leaders, yes, we want to protect our constituents. Yes, we want to advocate for them. I read these and I was like, I get it, because I'm hearing those same emails, those same frustrations, people yelling at me and, catching me in the grocery store. And I was like, why aren't you doing this? And so it's nonstop. And, it's like, so yes, we are trying to balance this, telling our constituents, I empathize, I hear you, I'm experiencing what you're experiencing, because we've also been accused of, well, they're not impacting you, it's only me. So, I get where that comment of, oh, it's happening over our house because we're trying to empathize. And I've done in conversations with constituents as well, trying to find that avenue of empathy and connection to validate our constituents' concerns. And but I think we do tread a fine line in that advocacy piece. I was hoping to be the last comment, but I guess I made you all want to say something. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you again, Mayor. I think the thing is, we implemented this in 2023. It's not been years and years.
No.
And the 3 of us, the mayor, myself, and Mayor Pro Tem, we're part of that group that implemented the ethics policy. And so I feel like we have to uphold it. Now, reprimand is kind of a strong word. I think we have said that we would like to task the Mayor Pro Tem to make an apology to staff particularly. And then I am suggesting that we task ourselves also to keep a very neutral tone when it comes to the airport. Just a thank you, and let's put it in I put it in a file folder where I go back and read what people have said until we have our meeting on September 26th. Okay, so I don't know if you consider that denying the complaint. I don't think that's the right way to say it, because we have to go through with our process, and we have to say that has meaning, and it is a mechanism that the constituents can use, and we value that. And so just out of solidarity, I'm saying all of us should take some of this responsibility to bring the temperature down when it comes to the airport. We need to holster our weapons, stop slinging arrows at each other, and just realize that we're looking for solutions. Okay, we want to find solutions to this problem, and back and forth isn't helping. No. So, what would you call that? What would you call that? We have to say that the evidence was found, and we agreed that we would follow what the outside council would say.
We have 2 minutes left.
Yeah,
right?
we had.
Yeah, we only extended it for 10 minutes.
So,
Do
yes.
you have a motion to make?
Okay, I do have a motion.
Okay.
I have a motion that we affirm the need for an apology to Levi Brown from the Mayor Pro Tem, and that the council will maintain a neutral position on the airport until we have time to discuss.
I would rule out of line that second part to what we're voting on tonight. So, yeah, we got her.
Okay.
Okay, so do you
Dawn,
have a
just
motion?
the, excuse me.
Motion to extend the meeting by 10 more minutes.
You guys are killing me. No, there is no motion on the table. She hasn't, it
We
hasn't been
We haven't
seconded.
declared it yet, yeah.
You guys are killing me. It's like, let's get to our.
Okay.
Let's vote. Yeah.
Motion to task the mayor pro tem to issue a,
There's an active motion to extend the meeting to
Oh, we haven't voted on
11:50,
that.
so we're
Okay,
not
sorry.
there, but there is no second yet. Okay, it is 11:40. We're adjourned. Wait, do we have, it's 11:40.
There's a motion.
So we could finish.
TBD? Cast the votes, please. Please count the votes.
Count the votes. Okay. Okay. I need us to.
I know, we need us to finish.
Okay, yep, thank you. So, okay, it's carried unanimously. Let's finish this conversation, please. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, do you have a motion to make?
Yes.
Okay, give us the motion, please.
My motion is to affirm the decision of outside counsel and direct Mayor Pro Tem to apologize to Levi Brown.
Okay.
I feel like we have to say.
Okay, so the motion is to affirm the decision by legal counsel and request that Mayor Pro Tem issue a letter of apology to Levi Brown. Okay, is there a second of that? Okay, and so that's been seconded by Councilmember Prieto. Okay, do we have discussion on this topic? Yes, Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, I wanted to maybe, Madam Chair, I wanted to clarify with the originator of the motion, if affirming the decision of the hearing officer here in this case is accepting the reprimand aspect of this and the findings in the case, or is it accepting the substantiated claims and saying as the follow-up action that it is the public apology?
Yes, the last one, that's how I understood it.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's different, no? No, just
No.
the.
So her recommendation for.
So my understanding of this is that the hearing officer offered both a determination on the facts and then also a recommendation on.
Yes, so Councilmember Christ, your motion would affirm the findings, affirm the findings, and the reprimand would be the letter of apology to Levi Brown.
Yeah, because there are multiple aspects. The reason I bring this up because there are multiple aspects. There's the facts of the matter and the substantiation in part from the hearing officer, and then there's the recommendation on what action or recommended sanction. And my understanding is that Councilmember Christ is not proposing the sanction that was recommended.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the differentiation that I want to make sure. I also actually don't mind that precedent of accepting the facts of what is determined to have occurred. In fact, the Mayor Pro Tem himself has not disputed those facts on the record at all. I think the intentionality and what the goals were can be reasonably interpreted to be a different intention. And I think that was what the discussion was. And so I actually think that, I mean, he's already apologized in this conversation, and I think formalizing that actually sets a kind of an in-between that may relate, and it's not even a formal sanction in the same way, so I don't see it as violating what may or may not be able to be imposed.
And
So
I'm going to turn, hold on, I'm going to turn to Eugene with dismissing, I'm hearing a buzzing, I don't know if it's me or, okay. In dismiss, are we interpreting this correctly? If we dismiss the complaint, are we rejecting her findings?
Mayor and Council Eugene May, if you were to dismiss the complaint, then you would be
Rejecting.
her findings.
Yes.
But the motion is to affirm the findings and have a different sanction.
Yeah, so then, this is, I'm trying to get that clarification. So Councilmember Christ, in affirming and making sure everybody knows what we're voting on, is affirming the findings, then we're not dismissing the complaint. So we are, does that make sense? Okay, I'm just reading the room here. So I was like, that's why I wanted confirmation. So Councilmember Christ, motion is to still accept the findings that he violated section 2.18.010 C2, and that he violated that quote code, and our sanction is not a
We're not accepting
reprimand. It's not a reprimand, but we're not accepting the recommended reprimand letter of
Correct.
but we are asking him to do an apology. So we're changing the discipline, but we're accepting her findings. So that's what this motion says. I was just looking.
That's
at
my
the
understanding.
confused face.
Look.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I think the Mayor Pro Tem's actions overstepped. He acknowledged that. He apologized to us, and I think this formalizes and wraps this up actually fairly tidily. This is not the most egregious ethical violation that I've ever heard of in the history of the world, and I think we want to put it in context. I think this does. I appreciate the motion from Councilmember Christ, and I appreciate the earnestness of which I think everyone tonight brought forward.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table, made by Councilmember Christ, seconded by Councilmember Prieto. Councilmember Marcy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. I'm not especially comfortable with the language of affirm the findings. I understand the legal difference between the set of findings and the fact-finding operation versus the reprimand piece. I think the public still hears that as we accepted the report generally and issued, perhaps a lesser standard. I guess it'll depend on how London writes the story. But I do think. I will just say, to wrap it up, I do have concerns, I think, Mayor, about the process that's currently in place and the way that it can be used in the future.
So, that would be us bringing it back before another one happens. So.
Yes.
Okay, so let's go ahead and vote on this. And this is the language and process we currently have. So mine's is the one that's not showing up. It's late. Okay, and so that fails 3-3. So myself, Councilmember Christ, and and Prieto in favor, and Councilmember Marcy.
I lied. I was against.
You were against. Marcy. Oh, I'll let you read who it went away.
Sorry, Mayor, I closed it too quickly.
Yes.
Marcin, Prieto, and Kalkoff are opposing.
Okay, so that has failed. Do we have we still have to close this conversation, and we have now 2 minutes left. Guys. Okay, no, just let's.
I'll restate my motion from earlier,
Yes,
Mayor,
yes.
which would be to request that the Mayor Pro Tem issue a formal apology to Levi Brown, but I will use the term to otherwise dismiss the findings of the hearing officer. I will change the word findings perhaps to reject the recommendation, the sanction of the hearing officer.
Okay.
I know that sounds like semantics, but yeah.
Do we have a second?
Does that make sense, Don? Do you get that largely? We'll see. Okay.
Okay, so it has a formal apology, but otherwise, okay, so to request Mayor Pro Tem
Reject the recommended sanction.
issue a formal apology to Levi Brown and to otherwise dismiss, reject recommended sanction of the hearing officer. Made by Councilmember Marcin. Do we have a second? Okay. Do we have a second? I'll second that. Okay, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries 4-2 with Councilmember Christ and Councilmember Prieto in opposition, and Mayor Pro Tem not voting. Okay, we have 1 minute left. Okay, I'm going to skip it all. We're going to the end. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Okay, we're adjourned.